Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku Becomes Optimus Prime's Successor Movie 1. Before we start, please go support PresidentThanos for writing that awesome fanfic. Izuku Midoriya, Quirkless Nobody, was walking home from his most recent beatdown by his old childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo. He heard a groan from an old warehouse he was walking by, and being the heroic person he was, he ran in to help, only to be met by a gigantic primarily blue and red robot that called itself Optimus Prime. OFA curse? Blessing? Whatever it is, it's now been given to Setsuna Tokage. Chapter 1 Fateful Encounter. Izuku Midoriya, a powerless boy in a world of power, was on his way home. He was taking the long way to avoid just one person, Katsuki Bakugo, who had just finished his latest beat down of his green-haired peer. Izuku still wanted to be hero, even though he didn't have a quirk like most others, and that's what seemed to tick Bakugo off the most. Izuku turned down an alley to avoid people staring at his freshly crisp school uniform. As he walked by an old warehouse, he heard someone groan. As if in pain, and being the heroic person he was, he rushed in to check on the person. When he got inside, he saw something incredible, a giant, two-story blue and red robot sitting against the far wall. When he took a closer look, he noticed it was missing its left arm and a blue liquid was leaking from different areas of its body. He walked towards it when he heard the groan come from it. The robot finally noticed his presence and tried to get up, but fell back down. Robot. So they sent a child to finish me off. I am sorry you have been brought into this mess, young one. Izuku looked at him confused. Izuku. What do you mean? Who are they? Who are you? The machine looked at him curiously, as if deciding whether to trust the boy or not. It deemed the boy trustworthy. Robot. I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. The governments of the world deemed all our kind as threats. We have been hunted ever since. What is your name, young man? Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm quirkless. I understand if you hate me because of it, most do. Optimus. Why would I dislike you for something you cannot control? Izuku's face lit up at the question. Izuku. Thank you, What do you mean by all your kind? Are you all not Autobots? Optimus coughed up a little more of the blue liquid. Optimus. No, we are not. The Autobots are only a faction, as are the Decepticons. Our species are known as Cybertronians to most of the universe, though not here, for humans have not developed intersystem travel yet. Our home world of Cybertron was once a great shining place, but after eons of civil war, it is no longer habitable. The Decepticons originally rose up to secure equality all throughout Cybertron, but they eventually became the darkness they wished to destroy. The Autobots were created to fight them off, but once Cybertron became a shell of itself, the war spread to innocent planets such as Earth. I am not the last Autobot. There are likely millions of us still alive on distant planets and galaxies unreachable to us for now. But now I, the last of the Primes, am dying, without a successor. Izuku looked at the bot amazed. When Optimus looked at the boy, he remembered an experiment his old friend Ratchet had once thought of. Optimus. How would you like to be able to be a hero, young Izuku? Izuku nodded furiously at the question. Optimus. I have an idea. I don't know if it will work, but if it doesn't, then I'll just die and you'll still be quirkless. Izuku. I assume if it works, I'll be your successor? Optimus chuckled a little. Optimus. And a smart one at that. He reached towards his chest as it shifted and opened. He pulled out a yellow sphere with two handles that had a blue glow from inside. He then placed it next to Izuku. He reached back into his chest and pulled out a cord. Optimus. Put your hand on the matrix of leadership. Izuku did as he was told as Optimus handed him the cord. Optimus. This part will hurt a little. I'm going to pump the remaining life energy within my spark along with whatever energon I have left into your heart and circulatory system. Izuku nodded, knowing what he needed to do. He held the cord out and jammed it through his own chest. He screamed in pain as he felt the energy flow through him. Optimus strained. It is working. Izuku strained. Good. After a few minutes, Izuku was alive, a new being, and Optimus was an empty shell. Izuku looked at his hands. He could feel every little panel on his body. He then reached back out to the matrix, and it shifted and shrunk so he could hold it. Once he held the handles with both hands, his chest opened up to show a slot for it. He placed it in, and felt the knowledge beings much older than him enter his mind. His chest cavity closed up, and he walked home, ready for whatever this new responsibility threw at him. Truth. Izuku was going to use the nickname Deka as the name before Prime, but he decided to lengthen it to Dekairu, or someone who can do anything in English. From that day on he would be known as Dekairu Prime by any Cybertronian he came across and any civilians once he became a hero. It was the day after Izuku inherited the title of Prime. He found he no longer needed to sleep or eat due to his new Cybertronian biology. His eyes also changed from their normal green to light blue, which was immediately noticed by his mother when he got to the kitchen to get breakfast. Inko. Izuku, what happened to your eyes? Izuku paused. He knew telling his mom the truth would put her in danger, but he already lied to her about the bullying, and decided she deserved to know. Izuku. Mom, it's a long story, it's very complicated, and a dangerous secret. Inko. If it involves my baby boy, then I always have time. Izuku nodded, motioned towards a chair, and they sat across from each other. Izuku told her everything he learned the previous day. He even opened his chest to show her the matrix. Once he was finished, she just looked at him, no emotion, just processing what she had been told. Eventually her face molded to confusion, to concern, and then just plain shock as she began to freak out. Inko. What? So you're just an alien now? How? Izuku. Even with the knowledge from the Matrix, I don't know. The closest thing I can think of is that it changed my body to cybermatter. Inko. You're saying that like I know what cybermatter is. Izuku. It's what all things from Cybertron are made of. This still left Inko with many questions, but she decided to leave them for now for more basic questions. Inko. Have you, what did you call it? Scanned a vehicle form yet, Izuku, or should I call you Dekairu now? Izuku. No, I haven't, and no, please don't call me Dekairu. I'm still Izuku Midoriya. Dekairu is like a hero name, I guess. Inko sighed at this and got up to hug her son. Inko. Well, I guess you could just scan our car if you wanted. Izuku. I was gonna do that anyway, but thanks for letting me. She let go and asked one more question. Inko. Do you need to train at all, or is everything like downloaded? Also, your father's coming home for a while, he got relocated to Japan, so good luck telling him. Izuku chuckled. Izuku. Don't worry, Mom, I have everything under control. He got up and walked out the door, and Inko smiled, knowing her son was ready for greatness. Izuku was in the parking lot of the apartment complex standing behind his mom's car. His eyes started to glow, and a flat blue plane of light appeared as he slowly looked the vehicle up and down. Once he was done, he started to change. He could feel his parts moving, growing bigger as his size modulators deactivated to let his vehicle mode get to full size. His head disappeared as wheels in the front of a car unfolded and grew. Eventually he was in full-on vehicle mode. Izuku went back inside, and Inko, who had seen the whole thing, said she thought it was cool. 3 hours later. Izuku and Inko were watching TV. Well, Izuku was busy scanning over his hero notes, so he wouldn't have to go through the books. The click of a lock was heard as a familiar voice rang out through the apartment. Hisashi yelling, Inko, Izuku, I'm home. They leapt off of the couch and ran up to the man to hug him. Hisashi. Whoa, at least let me take my shoes off. They let him go and walked towards the living room, waiting for him. He got his shoes off, walked into the living room, and sat between Izuku and Inko. Inko then spoke up. Inko. I know you say this a lot, but you were working for the government, right, Hisashi? Izuku at first was confused, until he realized his dad always dodged questions targeted towards his work. He looked to his mom with a worried expression, and his suspicion towards her motive was confirmed when she gave him a worried look back. Hisashi hadn't caught on to their growing uneasiness yet. Hisashi. Yeah, I was. I can't believe you can't remember that. Izuku. Yeah, well, you know, Mom. Always the prime example for curiosity. She's automatically the one to ask questions. Izuku was poking the hornet's nest, and he knew it. Izuku, you could never pull any deception on her. Hisashi looked at them confused. Hisashi, what's going on here, guys? Izuku, oh, just saying bye to you for an old friend of yours. You might know him. Optimus Prime, ring any bells? Hisashi looked horrified. He grabbed Izuku's shoulders and shook him. Hisashi, how do you know that name? Did anything happen to you too? Izuku brushed his hands off. Only now Hisashi could feel a warm hum come from his son. Izuku, Dad, relax. He's dead. Died yesterday, actually. He was gravely wounded, actually. But he taught me a lot before he died, and gave me something. Hisashi, what did he say? What did he give you? Izuku, he told me the truth. All of it. Autobots, Decepticons, Cybertron, how the Autobots were betrayed by humanity but still fought for them. He gave me his life force, and the matrix of leadership. Izuku opened his chest to reveal the matrix. Hisashi breathed a sigh of relief. Hisashi, at least he found someone worthy to give it to. Izuku and Inko looked confused and Hisashi chuckled. Hisashi, I was only concerned because he usually only shows himself when people are being attacked by Decepticons. Anyway, since you're a Prime now, you got a name? Izuku, I'm planning on staying Izuku, but as a Prime or when I'm a hero, it'll be Dikaira Prime. Hisashi, good, that's good. There's actually a group of heroes here in Japan who know of Cybertronians. Unfortunately, Optimus was the last one in Japan, so you're the only one they'll have to worry about. Inko, why don't we go say hi then? Hisashi, it's a bit of a drive, Inko. Izuku, I don't need gas. Hisashi looked back and forth between the two, the puppy dog eyes only getting bigger, and Izuku's blue eyes only made his worse. Hisashi, fine, we'll go, but Izuku, I'm driving, you don't know the rules of the road. Izuku, yes, I do, Optimus was here for a while, the Matrix showed me. Hisashi relented. Hisashi, okay, fine. Wild Hussycats. The Midoriyas were in the parking lot. Izuku transformed and opened his doors. Hisashi and Inko got in and Izuku buckled their seat belts. Izuku, so, about the driving thing. I have no clue where we're going. Hisashi laughed and took the wheel as Izuku started the engine. Soon they were on their way. 4 hours later. They were driving down a dirt road in the middle of the forest when all of a sudden, they rounded a corner and saw a house, office, thing. When they stopped, 4 people walked out of the house, 3 women and a man. Hisashi and Inko stepped out of Izuku and let him transform, but instead of turning back to human form, and stayed in his full Cybertronian form. The people walked forwards and introduced themselves. Woman 1. I'm Tomoko Shiratoko, also known as the hero Ragdoll. Woman 2. Hi, a giant kitten. I'm Ryuko Tsuchikawa, or Pixie Bob. Guy. I'm Yawara Chatora, or you can call me Tiger if you want. Woman 3. And I'm Shino Sosaki, Mandalay. All 4 of them struck a group pose. All 4. And we're the Wild Hussycats. Izuku started to nerd out about the Hussycats, but quickly composed himself. Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya, or I guess in this form you should call me Dikaira Prime. Sadly, Optimus has died, but he named me his successor. The hero group looked saddened for a second before Tiger spoke up. Tiger. Excuse me, but why did you say this form? To answer the question, Izuku shifted back into his human form. Izuku. This is why. I was human until yesterday when I met Optimus. He was dying, so I helped him pump his life force into me, after he took the Matrix out, of course. But please, just call me Izuku Midoriya. Only Autobots, Decepticons, and civilians will call me Dikaira Prime. They all nodded in acceptance. Shino. Very well. And I'd hazard a guess to say you're planning to be a hero too? Izuku nodded. Shino. Well then. We could give you a recommendation to UA, that way no one would really know what you are until you're already in. No one would accept anyone going after an innocent UA student. Izuku thought about it for a minute before accepting her offer. Shino. Well then, it's getting late. I suggest you all stay here. We have enough room for the three of you. Inko and Hisashi went inside with the WWP while Izuku stayed outside, claiming he'd be coming in a few minutes. He drove to a nearby cliff, then transformed back to human and sat on the edge. After a while, I heard a familiar voice in his head. Shino. How long you gonna sit there all by yourself? She revealed herself from her hiding spot, walked over, and sat next to him. Shino. It's a lot, huh? Having all that responsibility thrusted on you. Being a hero will feel the same, but you might be used to it by then. Izuku chuckled at this. Izuku. Yeah, you're right, it is a lot. I'm also worried. I just want to be Izuku Midoriya, but at the same time it's like everything is pushing me to be Dikairu and nothing else. Shino put a hand on his shoulder. Shino. Then be both. From what I heard, Optimus was always, Optimus. Always stoic, only speaking when he had something meaningful. But you don't have to do that. You can be Izuku Midoriya around people you call your friends, but be Dikairu when action is needing to be taken. Izuku. Thanks Sosaki, it means a lot. I just don't want to be seen as some all-important, infinitely wise being. I just want to be treated like everyone else, but I feel like if I ask I'll just be treated with pity, and I don't want that. Shino. Oh please, if I thought of you like I did Optimus, then I wouldn't be having this casual conversation with you. You're acting casual, so am I. Optimus was his own being, as was every Prime before him. Good luck with this, Midoriya. Izuku. Thanks, Sosaki. I know we just met, but this was nice. I'd like to keep doing this every now and then, just talk. Shino. It was nice, huh? Just give me a call whenever you need, I'll pick up. They got up from the cliff and Izuku transformed. Shino got in and he drove back to the WWP agency for the night. Yue. A year had passed since Izuku became a Prime. He had to keep up his act of small, fearful, quirkless boy when he went back to school for the last 2 months. He even managed to meet All Might by capturing a man with a slime mutation quirk. After that day, which was also the day Bakugo had told him to kill himself, Izuku went straight to Bakugo's mom, Mitsuki Bakugo, and showed her several recordings of Katsuki's actions. When he got home, he got the scolding and beating of a lifetime. He even tried to attack Izuku before he could leave, but Katsuki got thrown onto a couch. Izuku even taunted him by claiming he'd see him at UA. Now, that day had come. Due to the recommendation from all 4 of the WWP, he didn't even have to take a recommendation exam. He used what he could find about UA on the internet to find his classroom, that of Class 1A. He opened the door to find quite the sight. Katsuki was being scolded by a boy with glasses and blue-tinted hair for having his feet up. Katsuki saw Izuku but didn't say anything. Another person who caught his eye was a girl with dark green hair in the back, who was missing a hand. He went to talk to her. Izuku. I apologize if I'm being insensitive, but what happened to your hand? Whoa, straight to the point, Greenie? It's fine, in fact I think there's something on your back. Izuku suddenly felt something crawl up his back. He reached back for it, and when he brought it to his face, it was a hand. He gave it back to her. Izuku. I would assume this is yours. You'd be correct, I'm Setsuna Tokage. Who are you, Green Bean? Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Though I guess you're gonna keep calling me Greenie or something. Setsuna. Yup, I hope it doesn't stop us from getting along though. Izuku. Oh, it won't, trust me. I've been called way worse than the color of my hair. All of a sudden, Setsuna's arm went flying. When it came back, it had another green-haired girl with it. Setsuna. So what's your name, Greenie number 2? Tsuya Ajiri. Carol, why did you bring me over here? Setsuna. 'Cause we gotta start the green team at some point. Ajiri finally noticed both Setsuna's and Izuku's hair colors. Ajiri. Carol, well, if that's that case. My friends call me Tsu. Who are the 2 of you? Izuku and Setsuna introduced themselves to Tsu, and they began talking like they were old friends just meeting up again. Slowly the rest of the students started coming in. Eventually all conversation was stopped when a man, who introduced himself as their teacher, Mr. Aizawa, told them all to be quiet, grab P uniforms, and meet him at a small training area near the building. Izuku held back behind the other guys so he could scan the uniforms since he couldn't exactly put on normal clothes without them getting destroyed when he transformed. He shifted his outer panels to look like the uniform and followed the sound of his classmates' voices. Once he made it outside, he gravitated over to Tsu and Setsuna. Aizawa started speaking, but a brown-haired girl interrupted him. "But what about orientation? We're gonna miss it." Aizawa: "Uraraka, here at UA we're not the best because we follow the educational norm. We let our teachers do what they want to ensure you students are ready for the real world." Aizawa then had Katsuki throw a ball with an explosion, and a pink girl, soon to be known as Mina Ishido, said using their quirks would be fun. Aizawa then made the rule that if they get last place in his apprehension tests, they would be expelled. Uraraka complained, but Aizawa described how life itself is unfair. The test started with the 50-meter dash. Izuku turned into his partial Cybertronian form. He grew 61 centimeters, 2 feet taller, now 7 feet 5 inches. His joints extended to show some mechanical parts. His eyes started to glow, 2 of his wheels shifted out of his legs, and his battle mask clamped over his mouth. His battle mask is the metal thing on his normal costume. He was up against Ishido. She started to secrete acid from her shoes to slide, but that wouldn't do much. Aizawa started the timer, and Izuku floored it. He was a full 3 seconds faster than Ishido. He then walked over to the rest of the green team, and waited for the next test, remaining in partial Cybertronian form. Small time skip? It was the last test, and Izuku was up last. He walked over to the circle, grabbed the ball from Aizawa, shifted his right arm into a sound cannon, put the ball on the end, and fired. The vibration of the sound sent the ball flying 1.5 kilometers away. He walked back to Setsuna and Tsu without a word. He managed to make it into 4th place, just under Setsuna. A girl named Toru Hagakure got last, but then Aizawa said it was a lie to get them to try harder, though Izuku could tell it wasn't by his speech patterns. Aizawa told them to go to the classroom for the rest of the time before lunch and to leave him alone so he could sleep. Ishido got the idea for everyone to introduce themselves. It eventually became Izuku's turn. "Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya. My quirk is Transform. It allows me to transform my body into different mechanical forms, like what I used before. I can even turn into a vehicle. I like heroes and my favorite food is katsudon. Oh, and I'm a part of the green team." Later at lunch, Izuku sat down next to Tsu and Setsuna, but without a food tray, which sparked the curiosity of both girls. "Tsu, say, Midoriya, why didn't you get any food?" Kero. "Izuku, I had a big breakfast, so I'm not hungry." The real reason was that he didn't need to, or couldn't actually. If he did eat, it would gunk up his insides and make a mess of his machinery. He also didn't want to take any chances with his size modulators and T-Cog, as those were the only things he couldn't replace. Setsuna. "Fair enough, Greenie. Just means less work for lunch rush." This made Izuku envious of the others sitting around him. He'd always wanted to try Lunch Rush's food, but now he couldn't. The other two noticed his dejected mood, and knew there was something more than he wasn't hungry, but they didn't push any further, believing it to be a personal reason like a diet. Getting closer. Izuku dropped his stuff off at the apartment, but he didn't stay. He made it back down to the road, transformed, and drive to the WWP's home/agency. When he got there, he made his way over to the cliff he found the previous year. He sat down and just watched the sunset. Then he heard Shino's voice coming up behind him. "Shino. So it's you. You spooked Kota pretty good, you know." Izuku. "Oh, did I? How?" Shino. "He pretty much calls this place his secret hideout. She sat down next to him. Izuku. "Yeah, well, maybe he should ask if it's somebody's thinking place first." Shino laughed, which caused Izuku to laugh too. Shino. "So, how was your first day, Midoriya?" Izuku. "It was good. No one suspects me, at least I don't think so. But knowing what I know about Nizu, I'll be in his sights soon if I'm not already." Shino could tell something was bothering the Prime when he looked down with a sad look. Shino. What's up? Don't tell me you're fine, what's wrong? Izuku. I can't eat, but the food at UA is made by Lunch Rush. Shino. Yeah, I guess that could be a bit depressing. But look at the bright side. When other heroes need to eat, you can keep protecting the people. Izuku chuckled. Izuku. I guess you're right, Sosaki. As usual. Shino. There's the Midoriya I know. Now come on. She patted his shoulder and stood up. Shino. You've got a Koda to apologize to. Then they heard a voice from behind them. No, I don't need no stinking apology from some hero wannabe. Shino, Koda apologize. Izuku chuckled, stood up and patted her back. Izuku. No need. It's fine. He walked over and bent down to the boy. As he was about to introduce himself, Koda tried to punch him in the balls, but ended up hurting his hand. Koda. What are you made of? Izuku. Cybermatter titanium alloy. He scanned the boy's hand and found that he broke a finger on Izuku. Izuku. Sosaki, I am so very sorry. Shino. What for? Izuku. He broke his ring finger when he punched me. I can drive you two to the hospital if you want. Shino started freaking out. Shino. Yes, please. Hurry. Izuku transformed, Shino grabbed Koda and got inside, and Izuku drove off. 3 hours later. Izuku was still profusely apologizing to Shino as they walked out of the hospital. Koda was asleep in her arms, his left ring finger in a splint and wrapped up. She kept insisting it wasn't his fault, but he didn't see it that way. Shino. No. It's not even Koda's fault. It's mine. I should have made sure he wouldn't get out. What if it wasn't you, but a villain? He would have gotten hurt or worse, killed. She started crying as Izuku transformed. He opened the back door for her to put Koda on, which she did. Then he opened the front passenger door, and she got in. When she got in, he buckled her himself and started to play some music while he drove. Shino. Wait. This is my favorite song. Izuku. I can't do much, but I figured it would help calm you. She gave a small smile. Shino. Thank you, Midoriya. Izuku. Any time for you, Sosaki. She paused at his claim, and he quickly explained himself. Izuku. 'Cause you're my friend. I'd do anything for my friends. She chuckled but accepted his explanation. Shino. I appreciate the thought, Midoriya, truly. Izuku. I know you said I could call you whenever to just talk, but you could do the same. Shino. Thank you again. The rest of the ride was in silence. Once they arrived at the WWP living area, he let Shino out, and she said goodbye while taking Koda inside. Izuku then drove back to the apartment, and went into sleep mode for the rest of the night. Battle training. It was the start of the second week of school for Class 1A, and they were excited. Today was their first practical hero lesson. Izuku was talking to Setsuna and Tsu, the only two he had even bothered to befriend in the first week, when all of a sudden, All Might burst through the door. I am here, coming through the door like a hero. The class immediately exploded in cheers as All Might made his way to the podium at the front of the classroom. He pulled out a card and explained how they'd be performing battle training that day. He also had their hero suits come out of the wall, and told them to change before meeting him at ground beta. Izuku just changed his panels into a green hoodie and black track pants. He also changed into partial Cybertronian form and walked out after the rest of the class. Once he came out, All Might told the class about how they would be split into teams of 2 and fight each other indoors. He told the class to draw lots to decide the teams. Izuku got Team G alongside Ojiro. All Might then drew lots to decide which teams went first. He pulled out Team A, which was Katsuki and Ida. Team G are the heroes and Team A are the villains. You each have 5 minutes to plan and strategize. Use that time wisely. Izuku and Ojiro walked down to the entrance of the building to wait for All Might's signal and make a plan. Ojiro. I'm no good at these kinds of things. Midoriya, do you have any ideas? Izuku. Not really. All I know is that Katsuki Bakugo will go after me. That means you should go after Ida so we don't waste all our time on Bakugo. Ojiro. Sounds like a plan. Let's do this. Izuku. Yeah. The buzzer went off and the hero team made their way inside. Ojiro immediately split from Izuku to go find the bomb. As Izuku was walking, Katsuki ambushed him from a corner and pinned the 7-foot Prime to the ground. Katsuki, yelling, I don't know how you got a Quirk Deku, but frankly I don't care, you're still beneath me. Izuku pushed Katsuki off of him and got up. Izuku, a very good and honorable person, believed in me. He gave his life just to ensure I could become a hero. I'm here to honor him and fulfill my dreams, so you'll have to deal with it. Katsuki rushed at Izuku, who sidestepped the attack, grabbed his left arm, and flung him into a wall. Izuku, you're gonna have to be faster than that to hit me. Katsuki stood up, now fully pissed off. He rocketed back down the hall they were in, raised his right arm, and used his left to pull back part of his gauntlet. Katsuki, yelling, We'll see just how tough you are against my strongest attack. All Might yelled into the mic, but neither of them heard him as Katsuki pulled the pin and the hallway was filled with a giant explosion. When the dust settled, the class looked at the scene in shock. Izuku was standing over an unconscious Katsuki, with barely a scratch on him. Then All Might declared the heroes won. When the class looked at the screen showing the bomb, Ojiro was hugging the bomb while Ida tripped on a rock when he couldn't stop fast enough. Izuku carried Katsuki back to the viewing room. He noticed Setsuna and All Might looking at him weirdly, but he decided to deal with it later. The rest of the matches were uneventful compared to the first, but just as interesting. After the class ended, Izuku grabbed Tsu and Setsuna, who seemed uncomfortable, and walked over to All Might. Izuku, all right. You too, what's with the looks? And don't even try to avoid this, I can tell when I'm being stared at. We just have one question. Do you know anyone by the name of All for One or can give out quirks? Izuku, no. I don't. But if what Katsuki said is what's bothering you too, then I can answer it. Oh, and Tsu's coming too. She deserves to know. Meet me in the WWP's agency out in their woods after school's over. Tsu. But Midoriya. Karo, that's so far away. Izuku. I just need you to trust me, okay? Green team for the win. Setsuna and Tsu nodded and the students went to their classes for the rest of the day. Secrets revealed. Izuku was waiting in front of the agency when he saw 2 cars pull up. A skinny blonde-haired man got out of one, who seemed to share All Might's constant labored breathing, and the other 2 members of the green team got out of the other, along with Aizawa. They walked over to him. Aizawa. This better be important. I need my sleep. Izuku. It is, don't worry. What you're all here for is the truth. Setsuna. What do you mean? Have you been lying to us, Greenie? Although the tone was a joking one, Izuku could tell she was nervous. Izuku. No. I just haven't told the whole truth. My quirk, it isn't a quirk. Setsuna started laughing until she realized he wasn't joking. Izuku. I'm not even human, to be perfectly honest. I was, but not anymore. That good and honorable person I mentioned earlier? He was actually Optimus Prime, leader of the Cybertronian faction known as the Autobots. He was dying, but he gave me, a quirkless nobody, the chance to be a hero by pumping the last of his spark and energon into me, which turned me into a Cybertronian as well, just more human-sized. He also gave me the matrix of leadership. He opened his chest to show the matrix, and he heard Aizawa gasp. When he looked up, he saw Aizawa's hair up and his eyes red. Aizawa. He's telling the truth. I can't stop him from changing. Tsu walked up to him and poked him. Tsu. You don't feel like metal though. Karo. Izuku. It's a synthetic material, it's only where skin would be exposed, but if you were to, let's say, kick me in the not-so-fun place, you'd break your foot before hurting me. Aizawa. You're not telling us everything, are you? Izuku. Come inside, I'll explain everything. Even you All Might. The skinny man panicked, before looking defeated. How do you know young Midoriya? Izuku. You breath the same, and you favor your right leg in both forms. Now come on, we don't have all day. They followed them inside and sat down in a lounge area. Shino came in to help explain to them the whole giant robot civil war thing and how Izuku is a prime. They were leaving after an hour, but Setsuna dragged Izuku and Tsu off to the side. Setsuna. I have my own secret. Technically All Might is in on this too, and I should probably ask him, but it's my secret, so it's my choice to tell it. Tsu. You can tell us anything, Tokage, we're friends. Izuku. Yeah, Green Team can tell each other anything. Setsuna breathed in and out, readying herself. Setsuna. Okay, here goes nothing. I have 2 quirks. My original splitter quirk, and another one. One I've only had for a couple of months, called One for All. She then described how she had trained and received the quirk from All Might. Setsuna. Like I said. I know I probably should have asked All Might before telling you too, but it's my responsibility, it's my quirk now, so I should be calling these shots. Tsu. Wow, that's a lot to take in, Tokage. Karo, but now I just feel left out, being the only one on Green Team without a massive secret and being really powerful. Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder. Izuku. Look at it this way, Tsu. You're the one normal person who's able to fully understand both of us. The one person who can look us in our faces and bring us back down when we need it. Your Green Team secret is that you know our secrets. Tsu couldn't properly show her emotions on her face, but Izuku and Setsuna saw the smallest hints of a smile on her face. They all laughed, and the 2 green-haired girls got in Aizawa's car to be taken back to the train station. Shino walked up to Izuku. Shino. Do you have any guy friends, Midoriya? Or is it just me and those 2? Izuku. I think me and Ojiro are friends now. His quirk gives him a tail. She simply sighed. Shino. One's better than none, I guess. Izuku chuckled. Izuku. How's Kota's hand, by the way? Shino. Swelling finally went down. I had to rewrap his hand though because of it. Still believes you stole his spot though. Izuku. It was mine first, and he knows it. She laughed. Shino. You should be on your way, Midoriya. Wouldn't want to worry your mom. She was about to walk away when she remembered something. Shino. Oh, and be careful. We picked up a faint energon signal off the coast. We don't know if it was Autobot, Decepticon, or just an old underground deposit that got exposed by seismic activity. Izuku. Thanks for the warning, Sosaki. I'll keep an eye out. She nodded and walked inside as he transformed and drove to the apartment. He would discover what that signal was, sooner rather than later. USJ. A few days after the battle training, the class was standing outside by a bus in their hero suits, waiting for Aizawa to finish taking attendance. Izuku raised his hand, but Aizawa already knew what he was going to ask. Aizawa. No, you cannot drive Azuri and Tokage to the USJ. No, not even with me inside too. You need to take the bus with everyone else. Setsuna was about to speak when Aizawa spoke to her next. Aizawa. No. The Green Team does not and will not get special privileges such as Midoriya driving them to training areas. Now get on the bus. A collective sigh of disappointment could be heard from all 3 green-haired classmates as they walked onto the bus and sat down. Tsu. I told you he wouldn't let us. Karo. The rest of the class got on the bus, and it started to drive. Half an hour later they arrived at their destination, the USJ. Kaminari complained that it wasn't Universal Studios when he got off the bus, as did Ishido and Sero. Then the hero, 13, walked out of the building and led the class inside to begin their rescue training. As she was explaining the deadliness of different quirks, such as her own black hole quirk, a giant portal made from purple mist opened up in the middle of the USJ. Many people came through. Most looked like common thugs you'd find in a back alley drug deal, except for 3. A man with blue hair and covered in hands walked through the warp gate, alongside a beast with a beak and its brain exposed. But that wasn't what worried Izuku, Tsu, Setsuna, or Aizawa. What truly worried them was the 2.5-story tall, red and gray robot, with jet wings on its back, a blaster on its right arm, and a rocket on its left. Kirishima. Whoa, cool, they even have fake villains. That must be a newer zero-pointer along with them. Aizawa looked at Izuku, who just nodded and whispered a name. Izuku. Starscream. Aizawa yelling. Those aren't fake, we're being attacked. All of a sudden Starscream started to address the class and the two heroes. Starscream. Hello, little human pest, I heard that you're all supposed to be heroes or something. I've come to put that to the test. Mumbling. And prove why I should be leading the Decepticons. With that he rose his left arm, pointed it towards the class, and fired the rocket. Izuku managed to go full Cybertronian form and catch the rocket just before it made contact. Starscream. What? How? No matter, I'll just leave you to the scrap heap like I did that disgusting Optimus Prime. His feet ignited as he activated his jet mode's thrusters in robot mode. He charged towards Izuku, who caught Starscream's hand, which Izuku could now see had razor-sharp claws on the ends of the fingers. Izuku. You may have beaten Optimus Decepti-Creep, but it's Dekyra Prime who'll beat you. Starscream. TCH. Of course there's another Prime. I should have known Optimus wouldn't give up that easily. Izuku clamped his battle mask shut as he threw Starscream towards the fire zone. Before he went after him, he picked up Tsu and Setsuna just as they were about to fall into a warp gate. Izuku. Hold on tight. He ran towards the fire zone, and jumped through the hole in the dome Starscream left when he landed. He put his two friends down, and took a punch to the jaw from a recovered Starscream. Izuku pretended to punch him but purposefully miss, as he ripped a fresh rocket off of Starscream's arm. He was about to shove it into the Decepticon's chest, but Starscream slapped it out of his hand, and pointed the blaster at Izuku's chest. Starscream. Feel the wrath of my No-Ray Prime. Izuku's armor plating was incinerated as he was launched down the street. Before he could get up, Starscream put his foot on his chest. Starscream. Megatron will have no choice but to name me leader once he finds out I killed two Primes. Starscream brought the null ray to Izuku's chest once more and prepared to fire. But before that happened, Izuku saw a flash of dark purple lightning and Setsuna's voice. Setsuna yelling smash. She hit Starscream with a 100% punch. She could only handle 6% of OFA's power normally, so she broke her arm and started falling. Tsu was able to catch her as she hopped down to Izuku, who had shifted back to human form. Tsu, we have to go, Midoriya. You're in no shape to keep fighting him. Kero. Izuku reluctantly nodded and they ran out of the fire zone and headed back to the center, meeting up with Ojiro who had been sent there along the way. Ojiro. Who was that guy? You seem to know him, Midoriya. And what's a Prime? Izuku. Those are all questions for another time. Right now we need to get out of here, preferably alive. Ojiro. Right. They made their way to the middle and saw a horrifying sight. The beast from before was on top of Aizawa, with one of his arms in its grasp, and his head being held by its other hand. Izuku transformed his arm into something that looked like an alien sniper rifle. Izuku. Not out of the fight just yet. He aimed at the monster's exposed brain, charged a shot, and fired. The thing's head exploded, and the force made its body fall off of Aizawa. The man with hands looked at Izuku and his group, with an amused face. Hand guy. Hi, you fools! Nomu has regeneration. The beast, now known as Nomu, didn't regenerate. Hand guy. What? How? Why, you must have cheated. Nomu was supposed to kill All Might. Izuku laughed. Izuku. Didn't you know? Energon is highly toxic when it comes in contact with organic tissue. It overloaded that thing's regeneration. I figured you knew since you're working with the Decepticons and all. The hand guy was about to rush at Izuku when a man made of mist appeared. HG. What is it, Kurogiri? Kurogiri. I apologize, Tamura Shigaraki. One of the students escaped. And now that the Nomu is dead, we stand no chance against All Might. We must leave. Shigaraki. If you weren't our exit ticket, I'd have killed you by now. Just as Kurogiri sent Shigaraki and himself through a warp gate, All Might burst through the door. Izuku's group also watched Starscream fly off in jet form. Izuku. Heh. Seems even the all-powerful Starscream is afraid of the symbol of peace. Izuku then went into temporary stasis to wait for repairs. 8 hours later. Izuku came out of stasis, in the support course workshop, on a table, with a pink-haired girl tinkering with him. He looked at the door, to see it was barricaded. He grabbed the girl's hand, which startled her. He glared at her and spoke in the most menacing tone he could. Izuku, I suggest you put everything back, exactly the way you found it. The girl just nodded and quickly, but also perfectly, put everything back together. Izuku then blasted the barricaded door, and Aizawa, Setsuna, Tsu, Inko, Hisashi, and Shino all rushed in. They all started scolding the girl, soon named Mei Hatsum. Izuku soon calmed them down and asked her a question. Izuku, why were you tinkering with my machinery? Hatsum, I thought you were one of UA's robots. I had a great idea of how to upgrade them, but you don't make any sense. What's that baby where your liver should be? Izuku, you mean my T-Cog? It lets me transform. He then gripped the girl's hand tightly. Izuku menacingly, and it can't be replaced, so if you touched it, your head will no longer be attached to your body. Mei shook her head furiously. Izuku, okay. One last question. What in your mind made you think that it's okay to mess with school property without permission? She just shrugged and walked to a different table to work on something else. Izuku left, as did everyone except Hatsum. Instead of going to the apartment, he followed Shino to the forest and went over to his thinking cliff, and Shino joined him soon after. Shino, I heard about the attack. It's hard to believe Starscream would actually participate in something like that. Izuku, he probably planned on letting that Noma thing get close to killing All Might but step in and deal the finishing blow to prove his worth to Megatron for the millionth time. Shino, you're probably right, but there's something else bothering you, and I think I know what it is. You're upset you couldn't beat him. Izuku, no, that's not it. He's a skilled fighter, and he's killed people way better at fighting than me. I was never going to win. It's that Hatsum girl that's bothering me. When I saw her, I was scared. I thought she was going to mess something up, and from how she talked, it's a miracle she didn't. I was one wrongly placed tool away from being completely useless as a Prime, and that scares me. Shino, yeah, it was pretty close. By the way, Niza knows now. He was too smart to take anything but the truth. I'll call him and tell him to send you here whenever you get damaged. We all know how to fix up a bot, so you'll be fine. Izuku nodded. Izuku, thank you, Sosaki. Now, the cons know there's a new Prime. Well, as long as Megatron believes Starscream, that is. Shino, and I will be with you every twist and turn this development takes you. As will the rest of your friends. They both smiled as they looked up at the moon. Izuku looked at Shino, and blushed at how pretty she looked in the moonlight. He quickly looked away before she looked at him, thinking a similar thought. Eventually they both got up and walked back to the agency. Izuku said goodbye and drove home. Dorms. It had been a week since the USJ attack. UA had been suspiciously quiet ever since giving all the students a week off. Izuku had been eating lunch in the apartment when a knock came at the door. He walked over and looked through the peephole to see Aizawa and Small Might standing there. He opened the door and led them to a table as he yelled for his parents. Once they came to the table, Aizawa started talking. Aizawa, we apologize for the intrusion, but this is very important. Inko, no need to apologize. What is it? Aizawa sighed and let Small Might take the lead. SM, you see. UA is implementing a dormitory system to keep its students in one place, protected by its staff. Hisashi, okay. Just one question, why? Heroes' students have been attacked before, so why make the dorms now? Aizawa, you're correct. Ordinarily an attack wouldn't warrant this response, but this attack wasn't ordinary. A Decepticon named Starscream was with the so-called League of Villains and knows that Midoriya is the new Prime. This system is also to ensure he'll be at the school in case of a Decepticon attack. The parents looked at each other, walked away, whispered, and came back with a response. Hisashi, we're fine with that. He can live in the dorms. Inko. Just keep that handsome girl away from him, please. Aizawa stood up and shook their hands. Aizawa. Thank you for agreeing, and we'll try our best to keep them separate. Oh, moving day's Tuesday next week, there's no school on Monday to let students pack. With that, the two heroes left the apartment. Tuesday. Izuku had packed what he needed. No clothes, as he could just shift his panels when he needed to. The boxes were picked up by truck hired by Yue and taken to the dorms. Shino showed up to take Izuku to Yue, knowing he'd be too impatient to take the train and drive himself, and get caught doing it too. They talked a little on the way. Shino. We both know you're gonna get caught, Midoriya, so stop pouting about getting picked up. Izuku. I am not. I'm thinking. Shino. Thinking about how you wouldn't have gotten caught? Izuku. Humph. Shino laughed. Shino. Relax. I'm just joking with you. Mumbling. Though it's cute when you pout. Izuku perked up, and Shino cursed herself for forgetting about his enhanced hearing. Izuku. What did you say about me? Shino. That you need to cut it with the pouting. Her cheeks turned a shade of red and her mouth turned into a small smirk. Izuku. I know when you lie, Sosaki, and we both know you just did. Mumbling. That smile when you're caught is cute though. Shino. What? Izuku. Nothing, let's just agree to forget this conversation. Shino. Okay. Neither of them could forget the things they heard, but decided to address it some other time as Shino pulled into Yue's parking lot. Both of them stepped out and walked down a new path that led to the dorms. Izuku. Why are you still here? Not that I'm trying to get rid of you or anything. Shino chuckled. Shino. Figured it'd be nice to have a friend help you unpack. He nodded as they came upon the class standing in front of Aizawa, who just finished talking and noticed them. Aizawa. Nice of you to join us, Midoriya, and I see you brought Mandalay along with you. I just finished talking about which class buildings are where. You can ask someone about that later. For now, let's go inside. The class followed Aizawa, but most of the students looked behind them as they were walking in to realize Aizawa wasn't lying. Mandalay of the WWPs was actually there. Tsu and Setsuna slowed down to walk with the two, as did Ojiro. Ojiro. You still owe me an explanation about what happened. Izuku. And you'll get one, just not now, okay? Ojiro nodded and sped back up to the rest of the class. Aizawa explained the dorms to the class and showed the room layout, but something stood out to the class. Aizawa. As a special request, and after a lot of complaining, from one member more than others, the green team are allowed to be next to each other's rooms. Don't ask why Nizu approved this, I don't know, ask him if you want the answer. Setsuna held up both hands, and received high fives from both of her teammates. Aizawa then let them go unpack and decorate their rooms. Most took a while, but Shino sped up Izuku's time, making it so they could help Setsuna and Tsu. Green Team and Shino went to the common space to see many taking breaks. Shino said bye and left, and Green Team relaxed on the couch in front of the TV all afternoon. Sports Festival PT1. The class was sitting in their seats as Aizawa came into the room and started to talk. Aizawa. Now that we're all relaxed. Your fight isn't over, the UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks. The class erupted in excited cheers, until Aizawa glared at them to quiet them down again. He then continued to explain how, instead of hero lessons, they'd be given free time to train. He then left the room, and let the next teacher come in. 2 weeks later. Izuku was walking towards the middle of the arena alongside the rest of his class. On a raised platform was Midnight. Once the rest of the classes made it out, she called up Katsuki for a speech, which just made the other classes dislike 1A more. Katsuki walked off the platform, and Midnight spun a wheel, which landed on obstacle course. The students all lined up by the tunnel, but there was a noticeable circle of space around Izuku, who was in the middle of Class 1A. As Midnight announced the start, he changed into his vehicle form. He beeped his horn, and floored it past Todoroki, who had started to freeze the ground. Izuku quickly took first place, but was stopped when a giant tread appeared in front of him. He transformed back and looked up to see the giant zero-pointer. He quickly shifted into partial Cybertronian form, and used the wheels, which were next to his heels, to maneuver around it. He soon found out the moment he stopped, let Katsuki get in first. After a few minutes, he nearly launched himself over a ledge. Quickly thinking, he formed his left arm into an energon-powered grappling hook. He fired it at a cable that connected a couple pillars which others were using to get across, and pulled himself to it. He did this a few more times, and finally made it across. He shifted his hand back to normal as he ran to the next last obstacle, a minefield. He transformed back into vehicle mode and drove as fast as he could to the finish. He saw Katsuki knock Todoroki down, and flew past the stunned boy. Katsuki passed the finish line with Izuku right behind him. Izuku transformed back to human form and waited for the rest to show up. Tsu and Setsuna were 6th and 8th respectively. Once the other students arrived, Midnight appeared again and announced that the next event was a cavalry battle. Green Team teamed up, but they needed one more person. That's when Izuku locked eyes with her, the person he feared most, the pink-haired terror, Mei Hatsum. She smiled, and he ran. He started looking all over, and saw someone, Tokoemi. He ran over to the bird boy and begged him with fear in his voice. Izuku, Tokoemi, please be on my team. I can't be with Hatsum, she might tinker with me again. Tokoemi nodded. Tokoemi, it would be rude to refuse a classmate in need. Besides, I wish to see how the green team produces such light when there is darkness. Izuku quickly dragged the boy back to Tsu and Setsuna, and told them he was their last teammate. Tokoemi would be on top, Izuku was in front, and the girls were on the sides. Midnight then declared the start of the battle. Izuku went into partial Cybertronian form, Setsuna detached her hands, and used them to hold up her and Tsu while Izuku sped around. Tokoemi used Dark Shadow to steal headbands from a distance. After 10 minutes, the round ended, with Izuku's team in second place. Midnight told the students to get lunch and recover a little before the tournament event. Izuku just went to the top floor of the arena and looked down, towards the crowds of people, talking and watching Cementos build the fighting pad. He heard familiar footsteps behind him. Izuku, you know. This happens so much I've accidentally memorized your walking pattern, Sosaki. She chuckled as she sat in a chair next to him. Shino, I figured you'd be up here instead of the cafeteria. What you thinking about Midoriya? Izuku sighed. Izuku, that if any of the Decepticons are watching the festival, Starscream's claims of a new Prime will be confirmed, and I'll have to fight more. Sosaki placed a hand on his shoulder. Shino, listen. If any Autobots are left on Earth, they may also be seeing this and making the connection between you and Optimus' last location. They will follow you to hell and back. So will I, and your other friends. The heroes won't tolerate the tyranny of Megatron either, and we've seen even Starscream, arguably the Decepticon with the biggest ego, run away from heroes. Izuku grinned slightly. Izuku, thank you, Sosaki. It means a lot, truly. Shino. Shino. Call me Shino. Izuku looked at her surprised. Izuku. What? Why? Shino. Because. I feel like we're pretty close, wouldn't you? Yeah, sure, Koda hurt his hand on you, but you drove us to the hospital immediately, and even calmed me down on the way back. You're also a pretty nice guy to talk to. Mumbling. And pretty handsome too. Izuku pushed the last part, which he heard, aside and spoke again. Izuku. If I can call you Shino, then you call me Izuku. You're my best friend, and just about the only person I can talk to without worry. Mumbling. And you're beautiful. His voice wasn't as quiet as he thought it was, so Shino also heard his compliment. Shino. Back when I was driving you to the dorms a couple weeks ago, I said something about you pouting. When you asked what I said, I lied. What I really said was that you're pretty cute when you pout like you did. Izuku was stunned. Why was she saying this now? That didn't matter, he decided to reveal his own little thought from that moment. Izuku. You know. I also said something like that when you asked what I said. When you lie, you get this little smile on your face, it's also really cute. Shino looked shocked, and looked at him. When their eyes met, she could see the feelings going through his robotic eyes. Shino. So. Damn, this is embarrassing, but did you mean what you said, Izuku? About me being beautiful? Izuku. Did you mean it when you said I was handsome? Shino. Yeah. Izuku. There's your answer, Shino. The use of her name pushed her emotions into the driver's seat, as she grabbed his shoulders, brought him close, and placed a kiss on his synthetic lips. When she separated, she saw the stunned, yet ecstatic look on his face. Izuku. So. Are we? Can we? Shino sighed. Shino. I would love to be with you, Izuku. Izuku kissed her again as midnight called 1-8 to the stands. Shino. That's your cue. We'll talk more after the festival. Izuku nodded and got up. Izuku. See you in a bit, Shino. She nodded as he left the room. Sports Festival PT2. Izuku sat down in a seat at the 1A stands next to Tsu and Setsuna, who could tell he was much happier than before. They both decided to ask him later. He found out he was up first against a purple-haired guy, known as Shinso. As he got up, Ojiro stopped him. Ojiro. 1. Don't talk to him, I think that's how his quirk activates. 2. As soon as this fight is done, I want that explanation. Izuku. Thanks for the warning, and sure, right after this fight. Ojiro nodded and let Izuku walk down to the concrete pad. Once he was down there, Midnight started the match, and Shinso started talking. Shinso. So I heard you're pretty strong. I also heard you didn't even take any exams to get in. So that must mean you think you're better than us. Even that blonde monkey and those green-haired animals you hang out with. Izuku remembered Ojiro's warning, but ignored it to defend his friend's honor. Izuku yelling. How dare you! He suddenly stopped, as if he wasn't in control anymore. Shinso. Walk out of bounds. Izuku turned around and started walking. He couldn't control himself. He suddenly looked to the field, and saw 15 figures. He knew their names but didn't recognize most of them. The only one he did was the transparent figure of Optimus. He grew confused. As far as he and Optimus knew, there were only 13 other primes before the ex-leader. That's when it hit him. The gigantic, glowing figure behind the primes was Primus himself, and he spoke, in a big, loud, ancient voice not heard from in eons. Primus. Young Dikaira Prime. You may be human in soul and appearance, but you have the heart and power of a prime. You will not be beaten by mere mind control. The Cybertronian god lifted his hand, and sent a pulse of energy through Izuku's system, freeing him. He stopped just before the edge, transformed his arm into a concussive cannon, and shot a wave of air pressure at Shinso, launching him out of the ring. He walked over and helped him up. He noticed how upset the boy was. Izuku. If it makes you feel any better, you almost beat me. My quirk makes parts of mechanical, so I'm pretty sure my brain is just resistant. Train a bit, work out and build up your strength, and I'm sure you'll make it to the hero course. Shino smiled and walked off. When Izuku made it to his tunnel, Ojiro pulled him aside for the explanation he was promised. Izuku. Alright. Here goes. Just don't freak out or anything. Ojiro nodded, and Izuku told him everything: the primes, the war, how he became a prime. Ojiro took it surprisingly well. His reasoning was that since quirks exist, anything could. The explanation took so long that Izuku had to go back out, this time to fight Todoroki. He didn't really stand a chance. Todoroki was being extra moody since his fight with Setsuna, which brought out his fire, and he just froze Izuku before he could do anything. After he was thawed out, he stopped by the stands to chat with Setsuna and Tsu before going back to the top floor to think some more, and to his surprise, Shino was already there. He sat down in a chair next to hers. Izuku. Did you even leave, Shino? Shino. No, I didn't. It's a really nice view. Izuku. You know what else is a nice view? Shino looked at him smiling. Shino. What? Izuku. You are. He leaned in and kissed her, and she kissed back. Shino. I should have seen that coming. They composed themselves and started talking about the festival. Shino. Good job getting to 6th though. Don't beat yourself up over it, you couldn't do anything. Izuku. Yeah, I know. Actually, something weird happened during my first match while I was brainwashed. Shino. What happened? Izuku. I saw the Primes and Primus. He even talked. He was the reason I got free. Shino looked at him amazed as he kept explaining what happened. Eventually he stopped, and they just sat in comfortable silence. All of a sudden Izuku reached forward, picked her up, and put her on his lap facing the window. Shino. Oh, where'd this come from, Izuku? Izuku. Am I not allowed to be close to my girlfriend? Shino giggled a little and turned around to face him. Shino. Of course you are. She hugged him tightly and kept it going until he spoke up. Izuku muffled. I know you're enjoying yourself, but since you're on my lap you're a little higher than normal. Shino. So? Izuku. Well, if I was human you'd be suffocating me with your chest. Don't get me wrong, I'm loving this. But I'm pretty sure you didn't mean this. She quickly ended the embrace, totally embarrassed. Shino. OSS sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Izuku just sat there with an embarrassed smile. Izuku. Don't apologize. I actually liked it. But I'm sure you didn't want it. I'm sorry for not speaking up sooner. Shino's face went redder after he spoke. Shino. It's okay, Izuku. She calmed down eventually, and they just sat there, enjoying each other's company until the festival ended. As they were getting up, they heard something fall. When they looked they saw Setsuna on top of Tsu and a bucket they tripped over. They quickly got up. Izuku. How long were you two there? Tsu looked at the clock and back at him. Tsu. For an hour. Kero. Setsuna. Don't worry, we won't say a thing. Green team for the win. They all chuckled and left the arena. Shino dropped Tsu and Setsuna off at the train station so they could go see their families before they went back to the dorms, and went with Izuku to the apartment. When they entered, both Inko and Hisashi were in the entranceway, in office chairs. They both spun around. Hisashi. We know what you did. Inko. We know everything. Izuku and Shino looked at the two confused. Inko then suddenly popped out of her chair and hugged the two. Inko. Congratulations, I knew it would happen eventually. I hope you two are happy. Hisashi. Your friend Tokage messaged us. Good luck you two. Now come in. Inko made Katsudon for us, and even got her hands on some processed energon with the help of the hussy cats for you, Izuku. They entered the apartment, and enjoyed the evening together. Izuku headed back to the dorms and made it just before curfew. Names and internships. The class were sitting in their desks, waiting for Aizawa to start. When he walked in he headed straight for the podium, not even sparing a glance at the class. He seemed to be in a rush. He even talked faster than normal. Aizawa. Okay class, listen up cause I'm running out of time. When the sports festival ends, heroes scout students for internships. You're gonna need hero names first, so Midnight's gonna be coming in. Good luck. Once he finished talking he ran to, opened, and leapt out a window. Soon after a light green-haired woman, obviously a hero by the suit she was wearing, ran inside. Izuku recognized her as the laughing hero, Ms. Joke. Joke. Come on Shota, if you marry me I can take care of you when you break your arms again, huh? Where'd he go? Kaminari pointed to the open window. Joke, thanks kid. She then also leapt out as Midnight entered. Midnight. While Aizawa is running for his life, I will be helping you all create hero names. Take a whiteboard and start thinking. The class got up and each grabbed a board from Midnight and sat back in their seats. Tsu was the first to go up and present her name. Tsu. Kero, I'm the rainy season hero, Froppy. Midnight. I love it, it fits you so well. Tsu nodded and walked back to her seat. The class went up one by one, until Izuku was the last to go. He walked up and presented his name. Izuku. I will be Dikaira Prime. Midnight. An interesting name, though with your quirk, very fitting. I like it. Izuku went back to his seat as Midnight left. Nizu entered the room after a few minutes. Nizu. Hello 1A. It's me, the principal. Sadly, Aizawa will not be on school grounds for the rest of the day, so I will be subbing in for him. Now for your scouts. He pressed a button on the remote he was carrying, and numbers along with names appeared on the board behind him. Nizu. Most of you have been scouted by pros, some more than others. As you can see, some of you aren't up here, but that's fine, you'll still be interning with heroes who volunteered their agencies as choices for you. Those of you who were scouted can go to the office to pick up your lists, but those who weren't, I have lists of the 40 agencies right here. Please come up. The few students who weren't scouted walked up to the front of the class and Nizu handed them the lists. No one noticed, but Green Team had snuck out to go to the office early, being met by Midnight and All Might in his small form at the door. I knew you three would get here early. And you didn't believe me, Kuyama. She just huffed and handed them their lists of options, Izuku having the least between the three at only 631, while Tsu and Setsuna both had over 2,000. Izuku, whispering, I'm practically an alien demigod, how do I only have 600? Setsuna heard him and bursted out laughing. Izuku, it's not funny. How come you two got more than me? We're all green, with quirks that change our bodies, so what could it be? I'm the only guy. Yelling. Those heroes are hexes. With that, the whole group, minus Izuku, who was actually upset, started laughing. Izuku yelling. Why are you laughing? This is a serious issue here. Tsu grabbed his arm and dragged him back to class, Setsuna following soon after. Just as they were sitting down, Setsuna got a message from All Might, and it was the video file of a nearby security camera recording Izuku's outburst. After a few minutes she got another, telling her that his old teacher, Gran Torino, wanted he for the internship. Tokage, your old teacher? Sure, only if he can help with Ofei. Oh, and all of Green Team can go. She got a text back after a few minutes. Might, he said, fine. Tokage, yay? She put her phone away, sent her arms out, and dragged Izuku and Tsu over to her. Setsuna. Guess what, guys? INT. What? Karo. Setsuna. We're going on our internships together. Izuku. We can't get out of this, can we? Setsuna. Not a chance, Greenie. Gran Torino. The class was standing in the train station, waiting for the train. Aizawa took the opportunity to speak up one last time. Aizawa. Alright, listen up, you will be treated as students here. Not sidekicks, not pros, students, and you will all do your best to remember. The Green Team could be seen, slowly raising their hands. Aizawa. No, Midoriya cannot drive you three without a hero license, stop asking. Their hands went back down. Soon the train arrived and they got on. The ride to Yamanashi Prefecture was a couple of hours, and the walk to the address they were given was half an hour. When they approached the building, they could see cracks in the bricks, and neon sign nearby was hanging from one bent nail. They opened the door to see an old man in a hero suit, laying in a red puddle. Izuku instantly knew the man wasn't dead or dying, in fact his vitals indicated he was having fun. Just as Tsu and Setsuna were about to panic, he spoke up. Izuku. Whatever your game is, Gran Torino, it won't fool me. Your brain waves suggest you're on the verge of laughter. A small chuckle could be heard as Torino got up, and Izuku noticed his feet take in air. He had read up on the hero's file, so he quickly called out to his friends. Izuku. Green Team, get down. They all dived as Torino started flying around the room at crazy speeds, though Izuku could track him. Izuku stood up. Torino. Wrong move, kid. The man rocketed towards Izuku, who caught the kick he threw. Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya, or Dikaira Prime, whichever you prefer. Froppy. Tsu wrapped her tongue around Torino and flung him upwards, into the ceiling. Tsu, lizardy. Setsuna split up her body and charged each pace with 8% of OFA, her new non-harming limit. All her pieces rocketed towards the veteran hero, who dodged all but one. Her fist drilled into his back, but it didn't faze him as he brought in more air and started flying faster. Torino. Congrats, you made me stop holding back so much. He blitzed all three of them, seemingly everywhere at once. Yes, Izuku could still track him, but he wasn't nearly fast enough to defend himself. They were all defeated in a mere second. Torino. Nice moves back there. Got any names for them? Izuku. Tsu, we could call ours Mechanized Marsh Setup. Tsu. Sounds great, Karo. Setsuna. Mine could be called. Let's see. How about Split Barrage? INT and S. Together, it's the Green Team Special. Torino started to laugh. Torino. You three are taking this Green Team thing way more seriously than I thought. Good job, though. Now get up, it's time we talked. They did as they were told and followed him over to a couch. Torino. I've heard you two know about OFA, why is that? Did Tashinori approve? Setsuna. I told them without asking All Might. OFA is my responsibility now, it's my secret to share with people I trust. Torino nodded. Torino. Good answer. That means you're not focused on being the next All Might, but your own hero. You've separated OFA from All Might completely in your mind other than the fact he gave it to you. Now you, bushy hair, you have a secret too, one similar in severity to OFA. What is it? Izuku shook his head. Izuku. You're right, but I'm not telling you. TNS. And we promised we wouldn't tell anyone either. Green Team for the win. Torino grew a deadpan expression at the mention of Green Team. Torino. Alright, fine. Now I'm sure you're all hungry. Well, start training tomorrow. For now, just get some food in ya and get plenty of sleep. They all got up, but Izuku went over to his suitcase instead of the kitchen, and walked back over with a jar of energon and a small packet. Setsuna. What's in with the packet? Izuku. It's supposed to be flavoring, but I'm not sure how well that'll work with energon. Tsu. What flavor is it supposed to be? Karo. Izuku Katsudan. He tore open the packet, dumped its contents into the jar, and swirled it around, mixing it in. He then let it sit for a few minutes, as the packet told him to, and by the time he picked it back up, the other's food was done cooking. Torino walked over and sat at the table, eyeing the energon. Torino. What is that stuff you got there? Izuku. My mechanical body makes it so I can't eat food, or else it'll gunk up my systems. This is the only thing I can have that'll sustain me. He picked up the jar and took a sip of the energon. His eyes lit up in excitement. Izuku. It worked, it tastes like Katsudan. He quickly drank the rest. Later, he was sitting up in the bed Torino gave him, looking out the window. His phone vibrated as he got a text. He looked down to see it was from Shino. Shino, hey. Pretty lonely right now, huh? I'm getting ready for bed right now, but I can text for a bit. Izuku, yeah, it is. Thanks for texting. I love you, sure. Shino, I love you too, Aizu. I hope you have fun and learn a bunch. I have to go now, good night. Izuku, good night. Sweet dreams. Torino. Girlfriend? Izuku screamed and fell off the bed. Torino. You should be sleeping, Midoriya. Why are you still up? Izuku. Mechanical body, remember? Don't need sleep to function. Torino. Isn't there like a rest mode you could use? Izuku. Yeah. Torino. Then do it. Izuku just nodded and climbed back onto the bed. He plugged his phone in and entered temporary stasis. Hero killer. For the past few days, Izuku, Tsu, and Setsuna had been beaten and bashed to exhaustion as Gran Torino hit them endlessly to make them think. Izuku had gotten faster so he could keep up with the semi-serious Gran Torino. Tsu had managed to camouflage faster, mainly out of fear of getting a hole-ridden boot to the head, and Setsuna had upped her percentage to 11%. Gran Torino had just ended his final beatdown of the day, letting them get up. Torino. You've all improved, not much but it's something. Now get ready, we're going to patrol, we're also going to Hosu where there's more crime. They nodded and went to change into their hero costumes. While Tsu and Setsuna did, Izuku just shifted his plating in front of Gran Torino. Once the other two came back down they left, and got on a train to Hosu. They were almost there when Izuku looked out the window to see a Noma charging towards the train. Izuku, get down. The Noma busted through the side of the train and into Izuku. He grabbed it, preventing it from moving. Izuku. I can handle this one, you guys go see what's going on. Explosions and screams could be heard in the distance as Hosu was being attacked by an army of gnomes. Torino. Fine, all three of you can fight. When you're done here, try and find us. Save whoever you can along the way. With that, Gran Torino, Tsu, and Setsuna leapt out of the hole the gnome made. Izuku. Alright, just you and me, you bastard. He elbowed its head, sending it back a few feet, and entered his partial Cybertronian form. He popped his arm blade and stabbed at its stomach as it charged at him. It didn't regenerate when he pulled the blade out, signifying a lack of regenerative quirks. He turned to the people still on the train. Izuku. Get to safety, us heroes will handle this. He jumped out of the hole and started running. The others had already gotten far, so he started analyzing nearby camera footage to find people, though one caught his attention. It was of a pro-hero, native, being stabbed by a man with swords, who Izuku quickly figured out was Stain. He transformed and drove as fast as he could to the alley he saw, though once he got there, Ida was added to the people in need. His classmate was pinned to the ground, sword in his shoulder. Izuku pulled up to the entrance and honked his horn. Izuku. I suggest you surrender, Stain, or else you're not leaving conscious. Stain looked at him, confused. Stain. Who said that? Are you an invisible obstruction to justice? Izuku sighed. Izuku. No. I'm the car. He transformed back into partial Cybertronian form and readied his arm blade. Izuku. And I hit like a truck. He charged at the hero killer and swung, but Stain jumped over him. He felt something metal scrape the back of his neck and heard Stain gasp. Stain. What is this? Do you not have blood? Izuku. It's energon, and highly toxic to organic tissues, so good luck getting blood curdle to work. Stain. How did you know? Izuku. Your height, body language, and speech patterns are all the same as your true identity, Kaizome Akagure. Stain. Damn. Fine. I can't beat you, I'll admit that. I'll surrender, but first tell me why you're here, why you came when you didn't have to. Izuku. What do you mean I didn't have to? People were in danger, my classmate was in danger, I'd help even if I wasn't a hero student, even if I was quirkless I'd run over, because it's the right thing to do. Stain just nodded. Stain. You're good. One of the few true heroes left, I wish you luck in your career. Only 2 people are worthy to arrest me or take my life, All Might, and now you. What is your hero name? Izuku. Dikaira Prime. Stain started taking his weapons and gear off, dropping them next to a dumpster. Once he did that, Izuku retracted his arm blade. Stain. Well then, Dikaira Prime, I trust you to spread the ideology of true heroes. He sat down and leaned back on the wall, waiting for Izuku to finish a call to the police. Suddenly a revving was heard, and a white blur sent Stain down the alley. Ida. Midoriya, don't you know what he's done? Why let him go? Izuku sped over on his wheels and grabbed Ida, not letting him move. Izuku. I wasn't. He surrendered. I was calling the police and Gran Torino to come arrest him. You need to cool off, Ida. Ida. No, he ended my brother's career. Tensei can't work anymore. Stain. He was a true hero. I apologize for harming him, but he was in my way. Stain grabbed a nearby rope and tied Ida to a nearby light post with Izuku's help. Just then Tsu and Setsuna appeared alongside Gran Torino. Torino. What's going on? Izuku. Stain surrendered, Ida kept attacking, so light post. Stain. I think he gave me a concussion, can the police show up so I can get checked out? The police showed up soon after and took Stain. Just before Izuku left to go to Gran Torino's apartment, he got a call from Shino. Izuku. Hello? Shino. Are you okay? Izuku. Shino, I'm made of titanium cybermatter alloy, he never stood a chance. He did also surrender after finding out energon is toxic. Shino. Phew, I'm just glad you're okay, Izu. I have a request. Izuku. Anything for you, Shino. What is it? Shino. Could we go on a date when you get back? Izuku. Of course, where do you want to go? Shino. Just to dinner, we haven't been on one yet and I want it to be special. Izuku. Okay, I'll get started on preparations. Love you, Shino. Goodbye. Shino. Thank you. Love you too, Aizu. Bye. They hung up and Izuku convinced Torino to let him drive them all back. Christmas special. Late at night, Izuku was sitting up in his room, unable to find it within him to enter stasis. How was he supposed to enjoy Christmas when Shino wasn't with him? She had to work late at night so she wouldn't be awake all day. Yes, her hero work was important, even more so now that Ragdoll was temporarily out of commission so she could fully recover. He sighed and decided that there wasn't any use crying over it. He sent her a short Merry Christmas text and entered stasis until morning. Izuku reactivated in the morning. He could hear his classmates downstairs, so he got up and went down. He got down to the common space and sat down with everyone else, but Tsu and Setsuna could tell something was off. They dragged him away and brought it up, and apologized for his dilemma even though they couldn't do anything about it. After everyone ate, they had a small gift exchange where Izuku was given a prop sword. He thanked Tokoyami for it, and put it in his room. He saw Setsuna and Tsu each make phone calls, but he had since put anti-hack tech in their phones so not even he could get in to listen. He shrugged it off as them calling their families letting them know they were coming over. Inko and Hisashi had gone to vacation in America for the holidays. They didn't leave him behind or anything, he just didn't want to go. Soon everyone left the dorms, even Aizawa left to spend time with his totally not girlfriend Ms. Joke. He slumped into the couch, about to enter stasis, when he heard the doors open and close and someone walk over to him. Shino, tired. Aizu, you can't just spend Christmas alone. Izuku whipped his head around to see his girlfriend, Shino Sosaki, the hero Mandalay, standing there, extremely tired. She sat down and he hugged her tightly, and she felt wet spots on her shirt. She patted his back. Izuku, why are you here? You shouldn't be here, you need to rest, not make sure I'm not alone. Shino, yes I do, Aizu. I can't stand knowing you're in emotional pain like this when I can do something. I'm sorry I worked late, I shouldn't have. Even primes need company on Christmas. He heard her yawn and pull something out of her bag. When he looked up, she was holding a wrapped box, a present. He took it and opened it, revealing a bunch of hero-themed bumper stickers and decals. There was even a custom-made one of her making a heart with her hands. Izuku, I have something for you too, just wait here a minute. She nodded and gave him a kiss on the cheek. He ran up to his room and came back down with a box of his own. She took it as he sat down and unwrapped it to reveal a red metallic tail and a headpiece that would fit under her cat headset. Izuku, a tail made out of cybermatter. The headpiece can read your brainwaves and control the tail. The tail can extend and lift things over 200 pounds. It's like a third arm. Shino, I love it, Aizu. Almost as much as I love you. Izuku, I love you too, sure. He then noticed her fall forward, eyes closed. She fell asleep. He caught her and laid her down on the couch. She had used all her remaining energy to make him happy, and he was eternally grateful. He grabbed a blanket to put over her, but she, in her last moments of semi-consciousness, dragged him down to her and latched on. He smiled, pulled the blanket over them, and entered stasis, making sure he kept his heat up to keep her comfy. Dinner date. The internships were ending. Izuku, Tsu, and Setsuna were standing in front of Gran Torino's apartment, two of them with suitcases in hand, the other idly sipping from a jar of energon as the elderly hero stood at his door. Torino. All three of you have improved since the first day you all came here. Keep improving and maybe you three could beat me by the end of the year. Now go, you're already gonna be later than your classmates, and one of you has plans that they'll get in the way of. They nodded and headed towards the train station, complaining to themselves about how Izuku couldn't drive them. They boarded the train when they got there and started the hour's ride back to UA. When they got off, Izuku stopped the other two. Tsu, what is it, Midoriya? Karo. Izuku, could you two just tell Aizawa I'm gonna be late, like maybe I'm running errands for my mom or something? Setsuna, he's not gonna buy it green but sure. Just don't blame us when you get extra work. Izuku, thanks, you two are the best. I owe you guys one. He then ran off in the direction of the Midoriya apartment, and called Shino, telling her to get ready as he's gonna be picking her up in a couple hours. To say she was excited would be an understatement. As she walked down the stairs of the WWP agency, a couple people noticed her bubbly mood and her unusually dressed-up appearance. Normally she'd just wear a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt or some other comfy clothing, but now she was wearing a beautiful maroon turtleneck and a black pencil skirt. Shiratoko. Where are you going all dressed up so Saki? Koda. Why are you so happy Aunt Shino? Shino. You no reason guys. Then Sachikawa stuck her head around the corner to check what was going on. Sachikawa. Ha, she's got a date. He got any cute friends he could introduce me to? Shino. Ugh. Fine, I have a date. And I don't think you'd like any of his friends. Sachikawa. Only one way to find Uraraka. She pulled her head back around the corner to continue whatever she was doing before. Then Shino heard a car pull up out front and ran out the door, seeing Izuku behind the wheel. She quickly climbed in and set her bag down. Izuku. Ready for dinner? Shino. Yeah. Where are we going? Izuku. You'll see. With that he pulled out and started driving back to the city. Shino pulled out her phone when she heard it vibrate, a text from Sachikawa. Sachikawa, Prime huh? Not bad. Some of his classmates are pretty cute. Shino. Ugh. Of course. Izuku. What? Something wrong? Shino. Sachikawa knew I was going on a date, saw you, connected the dots apparently, and now she wants you to introduce her to some of your classmates. Izuku. Oh God. I'll see if I can find someone who'll put up with her. Todoroki might be a good bet. Shino chuckled a little. Shino. Doesn't matter right now. All that matters is you, me, and this date. Oh right, I've got something for you. Izuku. What is it? Shino. Burger Energon flavoring. Izuku. Hell yeah. The rest of the car ride went on in relative silence until they made it to the restaurant. They got out and went inside, Izuku telling the host which reservation they were. They were immediately seated and a waiter came over. Waiter. Hello, I'll be your waiter this evening. Now before we get started, do either of you have quirks that make certain things toxic or otherwise inhibits your ability to eat? Izuku. Mine actually doesn't let me eat normal food at all. I have my food with me right now, so you'll just have to worry about her. Izuku patted a small case he brought in with them full of energon jars. Waiter. Okay, if you need any further assistance, just say so. Now miss, may I start you off with a drink? Shino. Yes. I'd just like a water please. Waiter. Of course, I'll be right back. Shino turned her attention back to Izuku as the waiter left. Shino. You gonna be okay? Being around all this food? Izuku. As long as I've got my Katsudon flavoring packs, yes I will. Shino. Good. I want you to be comfortable, Izuku. As much as I wanted this date, I want you to be happy 5 times over. Izuku placed his hand over hers, synthetic skin rubbing the real thing, artificial heat transferring through their touch. Izuku. Like I said, as long as my energon is flavored I won't care. I'll be happy as long as you are Shino. After a few more minutes the waiter came back with Shino's water and took her order of spaghetti and meatballs. Izuku took out a couple energon jars and flavored them both one at a time. By the time the second one settled down, Shino's food was brought out. He slowly sipped at his energon as she ate her food. After she was done Izuku paid and they left. A small smile formed on his face as he saw a small bit of sauce left near her mouth. He raised his hand up to her cheek and wiped it off. Izuku. Let me get that. She smiled and looked up at him. Shino. I think there's more on my lips. Izuku. Well, maybe I should get that too. He lifted her chin up with his finger, lowered his head down to hers, and gave her a gentle kiss. When they separated they smiled at each other and got back in the car. They held hands the entire way back to the WWP agency. Once they got there, instead of heading inside, they went over to Izuku's thinking cliff and sat down. Shino. I remember when you'd come out here to think about your new life, and whatever wisdom suddenly popped into your mind. Izuku. Yeah, and you'd always show up to help me figure it out. I just wish you'd always be here with me, but I'm going to outlive you, and that scares me, Shino. Shino placed her hand on his cheek. Shino. No, I won't let you be alone after I die. I'll even take down a Khan and force their spark into me if I have to. I won't let you be emotionally alone. Izuku placed his hand on hers, keeping it on his face. Izuku. Heh. I'll help you then. How do you feel about Starscream, huh? He's been allowed to live for too long. She let out a small laugh. Shino. That sounds great, though it might take a while for him to come out of whatever coma Megatron might have him in for almost killing you himself. She leaned into him and gave him another kiss. Shino. You should go now. Your parents are gonna need the car and Aizawa's probably furious at you by now. Izuku. Yeah. They got up and walked back to the car, but before they went their separate ways, they kissed and held each other's hands. Izuku. Good night, I love you, sure. Shino. I love you too, Aizu, good night. She turned and went inside, and he got into the car and left. He decided that whatever punishment Aizawa gave him would be worth it. Final exams. Izuku was standing next to Tsu and Setsuna with the rest of the class in front of Aizawa and Nizu. He wasn't exactly the happiest person there, as a punishment for skipping school for a date, which Aizawa had somehow guessed when he returned to the dorms. He wasn't allowed an energon flavoring for the next 2 weeks. He had zoned out and was thinking of where he could take Shino next when he suddenly heard his name get called by Nizu. Nizu. Izuku Midoriya and Setsuna Tokage vs. Me. All Might landed in between the UA staff that Izuku just noticed had shown up, and the students. Young Midoriya and young Tokage are up against me. Izuku, whispering. We're dead. When Nizu was done talking, Izuku dragged Setsuna off to strategize. Izuku. So you know we. Setsuna. We're screwed? Yeah, I do. Any ideas? Izuku. Yeah, just one. We distract him and run. Setsuna. Except that won't work. He's faster than both of us and could probably shrug off my split barrage. Izuku. I could just go full Cybertronian form and fight him. Setsuna. Please do, I haven't seen it since TSJ. Izuku. No one has Tokage, not even Shino. Setsuna. Either way, we have our plan. Not even All Might can take 2/3 of the green team. Izuku. Hell yeah. They bumped fists and walked out the door to go watch the exams before theirs. After half an hour they were finally up. Izuku and Setsuna walked into the fake city. She immediately split herself up and he shifted into partial Cybertronian form. They wouldn't have to search as Izuku detected a fast-moving object and barely caught the punch that was thrown. Impressive reaction time, hero, but I'm much too strong for you to catch my blows. Izuku was pushed back a few feet. Izuku. Normally I'd tell you to pick on someone your own size, but for this, let's go 5 times that. All Might backed off as Izuku stated, shifting into full Cybertronian form. Izuku. Tokage, go. I'll hold him off. All Might looked around and saw Setsuna reforming herself on a nearby rooftop. He was about to jump up to her when Izuku's metal fist came into view. Izuku. I said I'm your opponent, All Might. The man was slammed into the ground, but Izuku immediately felt his hand being lifted. I'll take you down quickly and take care of your friend afterwards. He threw Izuku's hand to the side, crouched down with his hands in an X shape, and jumped at Izuku. Carolina smash. He chopped his hands through Izuku's chest plating, the force sending cyber matter alloy flying. In response, Izuku formed a concussion cannon onto his arm and blasted the man away. The Prime clutched his chest in pain, feeling energon leaking out. Izuku. Shino's not gonna like repairing this. He ran in the direction he sent All Might, only to find him standing on a metal guardrail, pinning Setsuna down. Izuku, damn, he works fast. He shifted down to partial Cybertronian form, ran over to the monologuing All Might, and punched him off of Setsuna. Izuku quickly pried the rail out of the ground and helped her up. Setsuna. Thanks, Greenie. He just nodded as they turned to see All Might getting up. Izuku formed another concussion cannon and aimed it at All Might, before turning to Setsuna and firing her through the gate. He then went into emergency stasis as the energon cost of making the air blasts combined with the leak sent him into low power. When he reactivated, he found himself within the Hussycat's garage, an energon filled for injecting it directly into his system. He looked down to find his chest repaired and Shino asleep next to the table. He nudged her with his knee, waking her up. Shino. You're up, Izu, finally. He chuckled as she hugged him. Izuku. How long was I out? Shino. You were in stasis for 2 days. You lost a lot of energon in that fight with All Might. You passed, by the way. Your class should actually be here in a few days for that training camp, so Inko and Aizawa said you could just stay here instead of riding with them. Izuku. You said yes to hosting the camp just because I was in the roster, didn't you? Shino. So? You would have done the same, Izu. Izuku laughed. Izuku. You're right, I would have sure. Shino. Anyway, it's getting late. You don't mind sharing a room with your girlfriend, right? Izuku shook his head as he stood up. Izuku. Not at all. Shino. Good, 'cause it was either that or this garage. She gave him a kiss and led him up to her room. He was excited to see the looks on his classmates' faces when they saw him already there. Camp and new allies. Izuku was riding in a black car in the back seat alongside Kota. Shino and Sachikawa were up front. Shino was driving. Izuku. You do know I'm faster, right? Could have just gotten in my driver's seat, Shino. Shino. Yeah, but then your class would recognize you immediately. We want this to be a surprise, remember? Izuku. Yeah. Kota. So none of them know you're here on Midoriya? The other three decided to not tease the small boy over almost calling Izuku uncle. Izuku. Only Mr. Aizawa does. Sachikawa. Alright, get ready, there they are. Looks like they beat us. Izuku. Hey, it's Sachikawa. Sachikawa. Yeah, Midoriya? Izuku. Try Todoroki. I think he would be a good choice. Him or maybe Siro. Izuku could feel Shino rolling her eyes at his plan to keep her friend off of most of his class. Sachikawa nodded excitedly and started paying more attention to the class as they pulled up. Once the car was stopped, both Shino and Sachikawa got out, introducing themselves as Mandalay and Pixie Bob. Izuku watched Sachikawa's eyes lock onto Todoroki and Siro. He chuckled and waited for his signal. Shino. And we have a special guest, come on out. With that said, Izuku opened the car door and stepped out, making that class gasp in surprise. He walked up to Shino and stood next to her. Izuku. Surprise, I'm sure you'll all have a great time getting the lay of the land, but be warned, there's dangerous monsters and beasts down in that forest. Also stay away from mine and Kota's cliff. I won't do anything, but he will try to knock you off. We'll talk later, ta-ta. Suddenly Sachikawa, who had quietly walked to the side, launched the class from the cliff side. Aizawa. Now that that's over, how will we get to camp? That's a 4-seater. Izuku. That's where I come in. Izuku shifted into full Cybertronian form, picked up Shino, and then transformed to vehicle form with her in the driver's seat. Izuku. We're gonna get going, catch us if you can. With that, he drove off towards the WWP agency with Shino, leaving the other three to drive back in the black car. 4 hours later, the class, significantly worse for wear, stumbled out of the forest, to see Izuku playing tic-tac-toe with Kota in the dirt. He looked up as he heard them and waved. The only reaction that wasn't irritated indifference was the glare of hatred coming from Ida. Unbeknownst to anyone, Ida wasn't over the hole, being tied to a lamppost, thing when Izuku fought Stain. Izuku decided he would deal with it later. Shiratoko and Chatora came out to direct the class inside, whilst Sachikawa had started to look Todoroki and Siro over. As the class went inside, Shino walked over to Izuku with Aizawa right behind her, a serious look on her face. Izuku stood up. Izuku. What's up? Shino. An energon signal on the road a few miles from here. Whoever it is, they're coming here. Izuku. They're on the road, so they aren't flyers. Decepticon-wise, it's either knockout, breakdown, or a Viacon. If it's not one of them, it could be an Autobot. Aizawa. We can't take any chances, go find out who it is, we'll be on standby to call for heroes if things get ugly. Izuku nodded, transformed, and started the drive. It didn't take long. The close-range scanner he had Shino install alerted him to their approach, so he transformed back to human form and stood in the middle of the road. After a couple minutes, a yellow motorcycle turned the corner, its holographic rider flickering in the sun. Izuku yelling, "Halt! Who are you? Why have you come?" The Cybertronian screeched to a halt, manipulating the hologram, still believing the illusion to be unbroken. Cybertronian. I'm sorry. Is this private property? I thought a friend of mine would be down this way, I'll leave. Izuku. You didn't answer my first question. But no matter, I have another, then we'll see if you can leave. Cybertronian. What is it? Izuku. Autobot or Decepticon, which are you? Now that it had been found out, it began to transform, its parts moving and shifting until a 1½ story tall, feminine, robot was standing before him. Cybertronian. Autobot, do you know where I can find Prime? Izuku. You're looking at him. Cybertronian. Don't play with me, where is Optimus? Suddenly Izuku felt a piece of information enter his mind from the Matrix. This was RC, just disguised in a yellow paint job. Izuku shifted into partial Cybertronian form. Izuku. Dead, unfortunately. He was killed by the wounds he was dealt in an attack by Starscream and a group of human soldiers. Before he passed, he sent what was left of his spark and energon into my body, turning me into a Cybertronian. I am Kidnaped Prime, your new leader, whether either of us like it or not. RC. Izuku noticed what seemed like tears, although it was just coolant, start to flow from her eyes. RC. No, it can't be. I didn't want to believe the information, damn it. Izuku. Why don't you come with me? The Hussycats can take care of us. Besides, if I don't get back, the rest of the class will worry I'm disappearing again. She nodded and transformed as he did the same. He led her back to the agency. The Hussycats, Aizawa, Tsu, and Setsuna met them outside. Izuku transformed and walked over to them as RC transformed too. Izuku. Everyone meet RC. RC. So these people know of us. Izuku. So do my parents, but they aren't here, I've already messaged them. RC. I see. You mentioned a class earlier, why? Aizawa. Because he's enrolled in UA's hero course. The first years are here for a summer training camp. I'm his teacher, Shota Aizawa. RC. Okay, I and you four must be the Hussycats, but what about these two? She gestured towards Setsuna and Tsu. Izuku walked over to them and the group posed. GT. We're the green team. RC chuckled. RC. Even a Prime can have fun, I guess. You really aren't like Optimus, though I guess that's for the better. I look forward to taking your orders, Kidnaped Prime, sir. Izuku waved her off. Izuku. Call me Midoriya. Kidnaped Prime is when I'm working as a leader. She nodded. RC. Okay, Midoriya. I'm going to leave this here. She placed down a Cybertronian antenna. RC. Connect with this and you should have access to our comms so we can communicate. Izuku walked over and lifted up a panel. His index finger turned into a connector, and he plugged himself in. Suddenly he could hear others talking. RC, is he connected? Come on, Ratchet, give the guy a minute. He heard something crunch on the other end. Ratchet. Bulkhead, I needed that. Bulkhead. Sorry, Doc. Could you two be any louder? I'm trying to focus. Oh, stop being such a buzzkill, Prowl. Let them be groovy for the new boss. Prowl. I am not being a buzzkill as you call it, Jazz, and this new Prime hasn't proved anything close to competency. Jazz. Yeah, whatever. I'm ready to see his moves. RC. He can hear you all. Izuku. Hey. Silence came after. Prowl. See? All he said was hey. Izuku. Hey, that's rude, Prowl. Either way, I have to go. Fill me in on recent events later. Izuku deactivated his comms and looked to RC. Izuku. You gonna go or stay? RC. I'll stay for now. I want to see what kind of people you've surrounded yourself with. Izuku walked over to Shino and gave her a quick kiss. Izuku, you'll like them, I promise. Though when the class sees you, you're my cousin, okay? She nodded and followed the group towards the agency. Villain strike. There was smoke in the air, blue flames in the trees, toxic gas down the path, and multiple villains in front of them. What was supposed to be a test of courage just turned into a test of survival. Pixie Bob was already down, and Ragdoll was somewhere in the forest, leaving only Tiger and Mandalay to fight off the two in front of them. Shino. Izuku, we can handle these two. Go find Koda and be careful. If this is the League, then there could be Decepticons. Izuku, right. He transformed and started driving to the cliff. While he was driving, he detected an Energon signal somewhere in the forest patched into the Autobot comms. Izuku. Prime to Autobot base. Ratchet. I hear you loud and clear. What is it? Izuku. The camp is being attacked. There's an Energon signal here, most likely a Decepticon, but my hands are full right now. Send Prowl, he should be able to deal with it. Ratchet. Unfortunately, the only available backup right now is Bulkhead. Izuku. Then send Bulkhead, I'm sending coordinates now. Ratchet. Received, good luck. Izuku turned his comms back off as he came up to the cliff to find Koda about to get killed by a man with some sort of muscle quirk. He sped up and hit the man hard before transforming to partial Cybertronian form. Izuku. Koda, run now. I'll handle him. Koda. No, you'll leave me just like Mom and Dad did. Izuku. I give you my word that I will come back alive and well. Now go. Koda nodded and ran off towards the camp. Izuku turned as the man started getting up. Muscular. You must be that Prime guy the boss was worried about. You don't look too tough. Izuku. Want to find out just how wrong you are? The man grew more muscles on his arms and legs. Muscular, gladly. He charged at Izuku, who caught the punch he threw with ease. Izuku. I'm a lot heavier than I look. A set of shock knuckles shifted onto his fists and Izuku started pummeling Muscular. When he was done, Muscular was unconscious. He tied him up and stepped towards the edge of the cliff. Suddenly his comms came to life. Bulkhead. A boss. That's not just a random Decepticon. That's Soundwave, I need help. Izuku. I'll be right there, hang on. He locked on to Bulkhead's signal, jumped off the cliff and transformed. He sped towards Bulkhead, who was back in the clearing from earlier for some reason. When he got there, Rumble was on top of Bulkhead, about to punch through his spark. Izuku transformed to full Cybertronian and punched him off. He stuck a hand out to Bulkhead and helped him up. Bulkhead. Nice to meet you. You know, after you almost got me killed. Izuku. Sorry about that, I didn't know who it was, just that they were here. Bulkhead. It's fine. Now let's kick on tailpipe. Izuku nodded and looked to where Soundwave was. Soundwave. Dikaira Prime inferior. Soundwave superior. Izuku. Is that all he says? Bulkhead. Just about. Izuku popped his arm blade and charged Soundwave. He swung, but a cybernetic tentacle hit his arm away before he hit. Izuku swung his other fist into Soundwave's chest, making the con stumble. Just then another tentacle slammed into his chest and pinned him to the floor. Izuku. That's not gonna work. He shifted down to his human form and slipped out from under the tentacle. Bulkhead. Whoa, guess RC was right. Izuku. Yeah, ask her for the story later. Bulkhead nodded. They looked back at Soundwave, who stopped, like he was listening to his comms. He then transformed into a jet form and took off, collecting Rumble before he left. Izuku's comms went off again. Shino. Izu, we need help, there's a no. She cut off as her side went dark. Izuku ordered Bulkhead to go help students in the forest and took off towards where Shino's signal was. When got there, he saw a Nomu dragging Shino and Ragdoll through a warp gate. Shino yelling Izuku. Izuku rushed forward but was too late. The warp gate closed before he could reach them. Devastated, that's the only word that could describe how Izuku was feeling. His mind was full of grief, anguish, sadness, anger, and rage. Bulkhead and a few others came to the small clearing he was in to find him hyperventilating. His eyes were flickering between blue and red. He started screaming in every emotion he was feeling. Tsu and Setsuna were about to try and comfort him when he started scanning the environment. Eventually the plane of flickering light landed on the ground, scanning something poking out, a small white divot. He scanned it, his Cybertronian brain reconstructing what it was a part of. When he was done, he stood up, slammed both of his arms into the ground, and started changing. His arms turned into 2 gigantic legs, his legs turned into a tail, and the rest, into the upper body of a Tyrannosaurus. He let out a giant roar. Izuku yelling, "Villains took Shino Prime, squash puny villains!" The Tsu, Setsuna, Bulkhead, Aizawa, Ojiro, and Bakugo watched as Izuku stomped around before breathing fire, all while in a rage. After a few minutes he changed back to human form, coolant leaking down his face. The villains won that day, against the heroes and the Autobot leader. Finding the hideout. Days after the attack, Izuku was checking on his classmates in the hospital, though he wasn't very enthusiastic about it. He cared, but after Shino was taken, he couldn't get her out of his mind. He was in Setsuna's hospital room when some of the others walked in. Tsu. "Hey, you two doing okay?" Kero. Setsuna. "I've been better, but I'll be fine." Izuku. "I'm okay." Yaoyorozu. "What's got you so down, Midoriya?" Izuku. "I don't want to talk about it." "Why are you all here?" Kirishima. "For 2 reasons. To check on you guys, and give you a little proposition." Setsuna. "What is it?" Kirishima. "Well, it's actually from Bakugo, but he won't admit it. We've already convinced Todoroki and Ida here, but we were planning on going to the villain's hideout to get Ragdoll and Mandalay back." Tsu. "Are you crazy? Kero, you could get killed." Izuku. "I'm in." Tsu. "What?" Izuku. "If it means I can get to Shino and save her, I'll do it. Besides, there's gonna be cons there, so I'll get to work out some stress." Kirishima. "Who's Shino? What are cons? Ain't that what that big green guy from camp called that skinny purple one?" Izuku. "You'll find out later." Tsu sighed. Tsu. "I'll come too, just to make sure everyone gets out alive." Kero. Ida. "That's why I'm going too." Setsuna. "I'm ready for a rematch. The League and cons don't stand a chance against the Green Team and company." Izuku. "But why did Bakugo want this?" Kirishima shrugged. Kirishima. "Said something about past mistakes or something." Yaoyorozu. "If we're going to do this, we better go now. Bakugo's waiting outside." Setsuna. "Let me get dressed, I'll be right out." Izuku. "Hold on, how are we going to find their hideout anyway?" Yaoyorozu. "A ways welded a tracker I made onto the Nomu." Izuku nodded and they left to let Setsuna change. A few minutes later all 6 walked out and towards an impatient Bakugo. Bakugo. "Took you long enough, I'm starting to get weird looks. Let's go." They all looked to each other, nodded, and let Yaoyorozu take the lead as she had the tracker receiver. They reached a train station and boarded. Bakugo. "Where are we going, Ponytail?" Yaoyorozu. "It seems to be in the middle of Kamino Ward." Bakugo. "TSK, of course it's that far." As the leaders of the small group kept talking, Kirishima started conversation with Izuku. Kirishima. "So, Midoriya, I know you might now want to talk about it, but who's Shino, and what's their importance to you?" Izuku looked at him and sighed. Izuku. "Shino's my girlfriend, and everyone in our class and 1B knows her. That's the only clue you're getting." Kirishima started thinking out loud. Kirishima. "Let's see, girl, both classes know her. She's also close enough to be trusted by you. Can't be Tsu or Tokage, neither of their names are Shino, and they're here with us. Wait. The Hussycats gave you 4 recommendations, and you're very friendly with them. Can't be Pixie Bob, she was all over Todoroki and Zero. Pretty sure Ragdoll is lesbian, Tiger's got that mystery partner. 1 second. He pulled out his phone and googled Mandalay. Kirishima. Shino Sosaki. Not bad, Midoriya. Ida. What's going on? Ida catches a glimpse of Kirishima's phone, and put the pieces together from bits of the conversation he overheard. Ida. Midoriya, you are dating Mandalay? That could get you both in big TRO. Two hands quickly found their way onto the boy's mouth. He looked behind him to find Tsu and Setsuna stopping him from talking. Izuku. It's fine, the car's empty, guys. They looked around to find it was true and let Ida go. Ida. That is very unprofessional, Midoriya, and this is practically what I went through with Stain. Izuku. Ida, I understand your concern, but unlike you, I won't lose control and try to kill the League like you did with Stain. Ida. But this is personal to you, there's no guarantee. Izuku looked the boy in the eyes. Izuku. Look, she is everything to me. She is the only reason I'm anywhere near the man you know. Without her I'd be a nervous wreck, constantly wondering if I'm doing my teacher proud. I need her to stay with me, just as much as I need you all to be my friends. Ida nodded and sat down, no longer wishing to argue with Izuku. A few hours later they made it. The group got off the train and started walking. Yaoyorozu even bought them disguises, though Izuku just shifted his panels. They had reached the tracker's location, an old warehouse. They went around it to find a window in a narrow alley. Izuku shifted to partial Cybertronian form to peek inside, to find something horrifying. Tsu. What is it, Midoriya? Kero. Izuku. Nomus, tons of Nomus, and something else. What are those? No. No. Yaoyorozu. What? Izuku. Protoforms. Decepticon protoforms, and they're almost ready to come online. Kirishima. What are those? Izuku. Remember the robot from the USJ? Basically juvenile versions of him. Izuku sent Aizawa a message. Midoriya, Mr. Aizawa, terrible news. Aizawa, what? Midoriya, the villains have over 10 Decepticon protoforms. Aizawa, how do you know? Midoriya, me, Bakugo, Setsuna, Tsu, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, and Ida are at the warehouse where the tracker is. Don't complain, you knew something like this would happen. Aizawa, just be safe, I know you'll all fight so aid the other heroes who should be there soon. Izuku relayed Aizawa's messages to the rest. He then pushed the others against the wall as a giant purple foot slammed into and destroyed the warehouse. The raid had begun. Prehistoric rescue. Izuku and the others watched as Empty Lady destroyed the warehouse and helped Best Jeanist capture the Nomus, though she had begun complaining. Empty Lady. Ugh, why are we stuck here? We should be fighting. These things aren't doing anything anyway. What are those robot things anyway? Jeanist. Do not take this job lightly, the Nomus only activate when given orders. Though I don't know what they are. Izuku ran over in partial Cybertronian form. Jeanist. You shouldn't be here, you're a student. Izuku. Yeah, I know, but that doesn't matter. Those robots are protoforms, they're almost done forming. If they activate, I'm the only one here who could take them. Jeanist. How do you know? Izuku. The robot from the USJ is a mature version of these and I lost. You're not made to handle big machines like that. Best Jeanist nodded, accepting his reasoning. All of a sudden clapping could be heard alongside metallic thumps. Izuku watched as a man in a suit wearing a helmet walked out from the shadows, and as Starscream, with a brand new scar on his face, walked put from behind a building. AFO. Bravo, to think you heroes were smart enough to find this place, it almost amazes me. But now that I've been found, I can let loose. Gu raised his hand and released a powerful wave of air that punched a hole through Best Jeanist's torso. Starscream. Remember, the green boy is mine. The man merely nodded, causing the Decepticon to charge at Izuku, who shifted to full Cybertronian form and clashed with Starscream. Starscream. Not bad for an Autobot. But for a Prime you're still lacking. Izuku. Well, I know how you fight now. They broke the clash and Izuku shifted his arm into a photon burst rifle. He started firing at Starscream, the close range causing the Khan's armor plating to get knocked off. Starscream. You'll pay for that, and I know how. He raised his leg and activated the thruster, causing Izuku to get launched backwards. Izuku noticed All Might had appeared and was fighting the man from earlier. His attention was brought back to Starscream when he heard a scream. His head snapped to face him only to find Shino gripped tightly in his hand. Starscream. You seem awfully fond of this human. What would you do if I were to grind her to paste in my hand? His words went unheard by Izuku, whose eye once again started flashing between blue and red. Starscream noticed this and looked at him confused. Izuku yelling, "Put her down for your own safety, put her down now." Starscream then started laughing. Starscream. I don't think so, Prime. She screamed again as he squeezed harder, making Izuku go over the edge. He screamed and slammed his hands into the ground, once again transforming into his Dinobot form. Izuku roared. Izuku yelling, "Put down Shino Prime, tear to bits!" He charged forward, knocking into Starscream, and knocking him down. Shino was rolled out of Starscream's hand as it opened when he landed. He activated his thrusters, attempting to fly away, but Izuku bit down on one of his legs and pulled hard. He pulled Starscream back down, and ripped off his leg below the knee. The Decepticon raised his null ray to shoot at Izuku in a panic. Starscream. Stay back, you monster! But Izuku wasn't listening. He used his jaws to bite off the barrel, rendering it useless. He also bit off Starscream's left hand, leaving no way for him to launch his rockets. Izuku placed a foot on his chest, lowering his head to meet Starscream's. He opened his mouth and readied his flame breath. Shino. Izu, wait! This caught Izuku off guard and seemed to snap him out of his rampage. He looked at Shino, who ran over. Shino. Remember what we talked about? About me not letting you be alone? He lowered his head to get closer to her, and she rubbed his metallic nose. Shino. Yeah, remember? Izuku nodded and shifted into full Cybertronian form. Izuku. Yeah. Thank you, Shino. Well, Starscream, seems like you're actually useful for once. Starscream, weakly. W what? Izuku knelt down next to him. Izuku. Till all are one. He plunged his hand into Starscream's chest, pulling out multiple cords and tubes, handing one to Shino. Izuku. Directly into your heart, that's where it needs to go. I can do it for you if you want. Starscream, weakly. W wait. W what are you doing? Izuku. You'll see. He looked back to her, and she nodded before plunging the cord into her chest. She felt the life energy from Starscream's spark start to enter her, as well as the energon getting pumped into her veins. She started to tear up but stopped once she felt Izuku, who shifted back to human form, place his hand on her shoulder. He smiled at her and kissed her forehead, which calmed her a little. After a few minutes the process ended and Shino could feel each panel. Izuku. How do you feel? Shino. Different. Izuku. So did I. I'm here for you every step of the way, Shino. If you have any problems, just come to me. She nodded and they shared a kiss. It was then that Izuku realized that the sounds from All Might's battle had ended, and that he left his friends back at the warehouse. In a panic he called the first name on his contact list, Bakugo, who answered. Bakugo. What is it, nerd? Izuku. Oh, thank God you're all okay. Bakugo. Ugh. We left as soon as you ran over to the heroes. Anything else? Izuku. Actually, yeah. It seems we both owe each other some explanations. Bakugo. What do you mean by that, Deku? Izuku. I owe you an explanation of my new powers, and you owe me one for why you really wanted me on this rescue mission. Bakugo. TCH. Fine, meet me at the park near Aldera later. Izuku. Okay, bye. With that, Bakugo hung up. Shino. So, unapproved rescue mission? Izuku. Yeah, but now I have you back, that's all that matters. They hugged tightly. Shino. Yeah. Izuku. Want to join me in explaining this to a friend of mine? He deserves to know. Shino. Sure, let's go. They kissed once more and walked away, staying away from the media. Explanations. Izuku took Shino a few blocks from where the fight happened. When they rounded a corner, Izuku stopped her and turned to face her. Izuku. You need a vehicle mode, Shino. Shino. But what should I use? Izuku. Something that blends in but can still be used practically. Shino nodded and looked around, finding a car she thought would suit her and the conditions Izuku gave her. She walked over to it, but nothing happened. Shino. Izu? How do I scan? Izuku. Oh, right. You know when your eyes hurt, and you can kinda feel them? Try focusing on that. She did as he said, and suddenly a blue plane of light appeared from her eyes and she looked at the car, scanning it. After she was done, she transformed. Izuku. Not bad, now follow me. Izuku transformed and drove off with her following him. After a 2-hour drive, Izuku and Shino arrived at Aldera Middle School. They transformed and Izuku led her down the street to a small park where Bakugo could be seen sitting on a swing. He heard the slight metallic thumps of their steps and looked up as they walked over. Bakugo. Finally, what took you two so damn long? Izuku. Shino needed to pick a vehicle mode. Bakugo looked confused. Izuku. I'll explain that too. The blonde boy nodded and got up, now facing the two. He sighed and started talking. Bakugo. I guess I'll start then. You want to know why I told Shitty Hair to get you? Izuku nodded. Bakugo. Truth be told, I've been having regrets about our past. I know there's no amount of apologizing that could make it okay or go back to how it was we were for, that's why I had you come. I may be an asshole, but I'm not dumb. I've noticed how close you and the Red One are, so I decided you should help save her. Izuku looked Bakugo in the eyes. It was clear there was anger behind his glowing blue eyes, but there was also thankfulness. He placed his hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Izuku. I can't just forget what you did for the past 11 years. But I also can't ignore that you've definitely changed. I thank you for bringing me along, and as payment for letting me save Shino, I'll give you one chance and one chance only. Buck this up and any semblance of friendship between us is gone. Bakugo nodded, a grateful smile forming on his face. Bakugo. You're too kind, Midoriya. Izuku. What? No Deku? Not even an Izuku? Bakugo. Fine, Izuku. But you gotta call me Katsuki then, nerd. Now, what the hell happened to you? Where did this power of yours come from? Izuku. That is a very long story. Bakugo. And I've got all night. Izuku. Alright. Let's see, I believe it started eons upon eons ago. On a far distant planet known by most of the cosmos as Cybertron. 3 hours later, at 1 in the morning, Izuku and Shino finally finished explaining the story to Bakugo. Even with his many questions, they had finished a lot sooner than expected. Bakugo. Okay, so ancient robot alien race had a civil war. Both factions came here. The good guys' leader died after giving you power, and now we're here. Shino. Yeah, all caught up. Bakugo. Who else knows? Izuku. Let's see. My mom, my dad, the other hussy cats, Tsu, Tokage, Aizawa, and Niza. Oh, and Ojiro. Bakugo. Damn. Well then, how'd she become one of you? He pointed his thumb at Shino. Izuku. Remember the big jet bot? Bakugo. Yeah, you called him Starscream, right? Izuku. Yeah, well, after I went berserk, she was able to stop me from killing him. Instead, we replicated what Optimus and I did. Bakugo. Effectively eliminating him and making your girlfriend immortal with you. Nice, good thinking. They all laughed a little, sensing the conversation was going nowhere. Bakugo stood up and started walking away before stopping at the park entrance. Bakugo. Just be careful, there were news helicopters that definitely saw you. If anyone comes after you, me and our class have your back. With that he left, heading towards his house. Izuku and Shino both stood there and grabbed each other's hand. Shino. So, maybe we're gonna be okay after all. Izuku. Yeah, with everyone with us, we will. No matter who comes, whether it be Decepticons or the government, we'll make it through. They leaned their heads together, enjoying the moonlight. But the sky wouldn't be a comfort for much longer. Coming threats. It had only been a few days since the battle, and both Izuku and Shino were in the Hussy Cat's forest. They had thankfully reached the warehouse before the League's leader, All for One, was able to do anything, so Shiratoko was able to keep working as Ragdoll with allowed Izuku time to train Shino in how to function. Now they were standing in a clearing, both in their full Cybertronian forms. Izuku. Okay, now we need to try getting you to form weapons. Think you can handle that? Shino. Yeah, let's do this. Izuku raised his arm in front of him and popped out his arm blade. It wasn't that long, just extending past his closed fist. Izuku. Basic survival blade. Nearly every Cybertronian has one, those that don't have had upgrades, like Bumblebee who had his replaced with blasters. Sad he's off-world right now, I could use his advice. Anyway, try it, feel the blade in your arm and move it out, like a muscle. She nodded and followed his example, raising her arm so it was straight out in front of her. She closed her eyes and focused on her arm. Eventually she could feel it, and once she flexed it, the blade had popped out just over her wrist. She looked at it in amazement and then at Izuku, who motioned towards a nearby tree. She walked over and swung at it, cleanly slicing it in two. Izuku. Great job, Shino. Now let's go back. He shifted down to human form, and so did she after retracting her blade. They decided to walk back instead of drive, just to enjoy the day and each other. Partway through the walk, Izuku got a call from Nizu. He answered it, and used his comm system as he usually did. Izuku. Hey Principal Nizu. Nizu. Mr. Midoriya. You are required at UA as soon as possible. Izuku. Why? Nizu. The horde of angry soldiers outside seem to know of you. If you could please have them disperse, that would be appreciated. I am well aware of your current situation with the world governments, which is why our entire staff is prepared to assist you if they get violent. Izuku. Thanks for telling me. He ended the call and Shino looked at him. Shino. What did you want? Izuku. Katsuki's warning came true. They've found me. Shino. What? Let's go. Izuku. No, you stay. Shino. Why? You could die. Izuku. So you can contact the other Autobots to ground bridge me away. Besides, Nizu said UA's heroes are prepared to fight for me. Shino looked at him defeated, so he gave her a kiss. Izuku. I promise to survive this, okay? She nodded and kissed him back. Shino. Now get going, you have an army to talk down. He chuckled, transformed, and drove away. 2 hours later he arrived at UA. When he got close, a soldier stopped him. Soldier. Sir, you need to turn around, there is a very dangerous individual here. Izuku. Other than the fact that he's not there and doesn't want to hurt you, I don't really think he's that dangerous. Soldier. And how would you know? Izuku. This is how. He then transformed into his full Cybertronian form, shocking the soldiers around him. He stepped over then, and made his way over to the front gates of UA. He turned back around and faced the soldiers surrounding UA. Izuku loudly. I am Izuku Midoriya, though I doubt you care. The name you'll actually care about is Dekaira Prime. I am Optimus Prime's successor. Now who are you? Then a man wearing body armor walked out of the crowd. Loudly. I am Silas, and we are the TRF, or Transformers Reaction Force. You have been revealed to be an Autobot, one of those traitors to mankind after they destroyed Seattle in the United States and Florence in Italy. Izuku loudly. I apologize for the damages our battles have caused, but tell me this, why blames us for our damages and not heroes? Silas loudly. Because it's a consequence their job. Your kind could just sit back but know you need to help. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. He'd barely been there for a minute, and already his patience was being tested. Izuku loudly. All right, I'll admit, mistakes have been made, but when haven't they? Now I suggest you leave now. Silas loudly. Is that a threat, Autobot scum? Izuku loudly. Not on my part, but Nizu's probably getting impatient, and he will send out heroes and giant robots. Almost as if on cue, a zero-pointer rose from the ground behind the gate with ectoplasm clones all over it. After seeing the display, Silas ordered them to leave, but not before sending a hateful glare to a smug Izuku. Izuku walked inside and made his way to Nizu's office. He opened the door and sat in a seat in front of the rodent's desk. Nizu looked up from a bit of paperwork. Nizu. Ah, Mr. Midoriya. My thanks for helping outside. Now there's one more thing I need your assistance with. Izuku. What is it? Nizu clicked on something on his monitor and spun it around to Izuku. Nizu. Any idea what that is? Izuku looked at the screen, seeing a picture of the solar system and a large sphere on the edge of it. Izuku's eyes widened and he stood up. He activated his comms, his voice reaching the Autobots and every ally he knew of. Izuku. Unicron is en route for Earth. Prepare for war. Return of a friend. Just a few days after the TRF visited UA and Izuku learned of Unicron's return, he and those who knew of the Cybertronians were standing inside a military base in the US. They were standing on a catwalk overlooking the large area. Ordinarily this would be used as an area for storage or to keep experimental equipment, but for now it was the Autobots' base of operations. A large white and orange Autobot walked over to the group. Ratchet. So you're the new Prime? RC wasn't joking when she said you were human-sized. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Izuku. Yeah. But at least we know that experiment of your works. Ratchet nodded. Ratchet. Yes, one of the only bits of good news lately. Izuku looked to Shino and nodded. They then both jumped down from the catwalk and shifted to their full Cybertronian forms. Just then RC walked in. RC. Whoa, who's the new girl? Shino. It's me RC, Shino Sosaki. RC. The human? Wow. Ratchet. More importantly, which bot was used for you? Hopefully no one important. Shino. Iza here used Starscream's spark. She placed her hand on Izuku's shoulder. Ratchet. Starscream? How did you beat him? Don't get me wrong, I'm sure you're good at fighting, but he killed Optimus. Izuku. The how is a bit complicated. Then they heard a large thumping as Bulkhead walked in. Bulkhead. Oh, it's the boss, hey. Izuku waved but continued talking to Ratchet. Izuku. I've found that if in enough pain, at least in hybrids like me and Shino, we start to uncontrollably scan. I landed on a fossil of a tyrannosaur and now if I get too angry I unwillingly transform. Bulkhead. Cool, aren't those like those giant lizards with small arms? Ratchet brought his hand to his chin. Ratchet. I see. It may be the mixture of our technological makeup and your organic brain structure causing very stressful situations to overwhelm your processes. The cough was heard and everyone turned to look at the tired hero known as Aizawa. Aizawa. We're still here. Tsu and Tokage jumped up to Izuku's shoulders. Tokage. Yeah, we won't just be ignored. Ratchet. And you are? This caused the whole group, minus Izuku, Tsu, and Tokage to groan and roll their eyes in anticipation. The three smiled. GT. We're the green team. Ratchet sighed. Ratchet. I almost forgot you're technically still a human teenager. Izuku. That doesn't matter. He and Shino held their hands down to the catwalk to allow the others to walk onto them. They then brought them to near eye level. Izuku. They wish to help against Unicron. Ratchet scoffed. Ratchet. They're human, I know they can be strong but not that strong. Izuku. Trust me, they could easily aid in taking down his drones. Sure, they might not all be able to fight, but heroes like 13 who can basically turn stuff to dust could be a big help. They're helping whether you or I like it or not, so I say we help them help us. Ratchet smiled. Ratchet. Good job. You're really starting to sound like a leader Dikairu. A loud crash was heard outside, like a large metal object landed hard and fast into the rocky ground. Izuku and Shino put their companions down and followed the other three Autobots outside to see a long strip of dug-up land, like something was dragged through the dirt. They ran over to the end to find a familiar yellow bot. Bulkhead. B? But you're supposed to be in Sector 32 taking care of cons. B. Well, when Unicron decided to pass by, I decided to see where he was going. Turns out I can't just sit around when he's gunning for Earth. RC helped him up, then he turned to Izuku and Shino. B. You two are new. What's you guys' names? Actually, where's Optimus? Shino was the first to speak up. Shino. I'm Shino Sosaki. Please just call me Sosaki. B. A human name, not too bad though. Okay, Sosaki. How about you green it? Izuku stepped up to him and stuck his hand out to shake, which Bumblebee took gladly. Izuku Midoriya, though you might want to call me Kyra Prime. This made Bumblebee freeze, then chuckle. B. Alright, smart guy. What's your real name? Ratchet. That is his name, Bumblebee. Optimus has become one with the Allspark and chose him as his successor. B. I see. Who did it? RC. Starscream. But you won't be able to get revenge. B. Why not? He was beginning to sound irritated, which was rare for the bot as he usually took everything in stride. Izuku. Because I used his spark to make Shino Cybertronian. She was human at first, so was I. Optimus gave what was left of his dying spark to me to give me the body of a Cybertronian, and I made Starscream give Shino his. B looked shocked, and when he looked to Ratchet, received a nod in confirmation. Knowing Ratchet wouldn't lie, he simply nodded sadly. Izuku. I'm not like Optimus, remember that. I'm still just some human teenager. But do know that with the wisdom of the primes within me, Optimus was proud of you. I hope we can get along. He stuck his hand out for another handshake, which Bumblebee returned once more. B. Thank you, Dikairu. And I think we will. Izuku nodded. Izuku. Now we have a defense and an offense to plan. Unicron will be here in 3 weeks, we need to be prepared. Let's go. The others nodded and re-entered the Autobot base. Planning. A week after Bumblebee had returned, Izuku decided that they could use the help of the class. Izuku was in his human form, standing in front of Class 1A in their dorm common space. Shino was to his right and Nizu was to his left. The whole class was there, waiting for Ashido. Ashido. So, why'd you call us all in here, Midori? She walked over to a couch from the stairwell and sat down on the floor as there wasn't room on any of the furniture. Izuku sighed. Izuku. I called you all here to tell you the truth. Some of you already know it, you know who you are. Kaminari. Is this about the soldiers that have been seen around recently? Mineta. They're scary, what did you do? Izuku. I exist, that's what. This made the entire class confused. Then Ida spoke up. Ida. What do you mean, Midoriya? Izuku sighed. Izuku. Just let me explain. My quirk, transform, well, it's not a quirk. Truth is, I'm not even human anymore. I am the leader of a very well-trained group of robotic organisms, known as the Autobots. That was the start of a very busy day of explaining his background to Class 1A, well, the ones who didn't know about it. The ones who were the hardest to get to understand were Kaminari, Mineta, and Yaoyorozu, who couldn't believe there was life that didn't need oxygen or water. It took a few hours, and Yaoyorozu just accepting that she wouldn't understand, to fully get 1A mostly up to speed. Tokoemi. But why tell us now? Izuku looked to Nizu, who nodded and stepped forward. Nizu. You students are being told because we trust you all to keep this to yourselves and because the truth will be out soon, as the Earth in its entirety will be under attack within the month. Ida. By what, sir? Izuku. Unicron. The exact opposite of Primus, the Cybertronian's god. Unicron is a being of pure evil, even his lifeblood is corrupted, labeled Dark Energon. Pieces have been found from his ancient battle with Primus and used by the Decepticons. But that's not important. What is that he is the size of a planet, even bigger once he transforms. His planet form consumes planets, and he's gunning it for Earth. Zero. But if he's as big as a planet, how do we fight? Then Shino stepped forward. Shino. You defend the Earth. While the Autobots fight Unicron on his surface, you and the heroes will focus on keeping his drones from harming anyone. His goal is to spread chaos and destroy the universe. Those drones are key for chaos on a planet's surface, so they must be dealt with. Then Ashido raised her hand. Shino. Yes? Ashido. If it's the whole Earth, won't you need every country's heroes? Shino nodded. Izuku. After this, I'm going to the Autobot base in America to warn other countries. We have 2 weeks before he gets here, let's make the most of it. Izuku then walked outside and Shino, Aizawa, and Niza followed him. He then activated his comms. Izuku. Prime to base, I'm ready. Ratchet. Okay, activating ground bridge now. A second later, a bright blue and green portal opened in front of them, and they walked through. Once they were through, Izuku and Shino shifted to their full Cybertronian forms and walked over to Ratchet. Izuku. How's the connection? Ratchet. Given the fact that we were lucky I even get one here? Good. Then a couple sets of footsteps were heard as 2 bots walked over. Prowl. Looks like it's our turn to meet you, Prime. Prowl. Looks like it's our turn to meet you, Prime. Jazz. Yeah man, I heard about you killing old Screamer, good job. Jazz patted Izuku's shoulder as Prowl just looked at him, like he was studying him. Prowl. While from what I've heard you seem like a good leader, your size and body composition simply don't portray your status. And that vehicle mode of yours is simply ridiculous. Izuku. The last time I checked, we're still in hiding, Prowl. The car is the most unsuspecting vehicle I could find. That and Primus himself has spoken to me, he freed me from someone's mind control Quirk back during the sports festival. Prowl merely scoffed and walked away. RC then appeared next to Jazz, watching the ninja bot walk away. RC. Prowl not take to Dekairu? Jazz shook his head. Jazz. No, he did not. RC sighed and shook her head as well. RC. He'll come around, he always does. Ratchet. If you are done, we need to get this done while our connection to the United Nations conference frequency is still strong. Izuku. Right. Nizu, Mr. Aizawa, you two are important. You are to be ambassadors of sorts to keep them calm. The 2 teachers nodded and climbed up to a small area covered in screens where the talk would take place. It was also at head height for most of the Autobots, minus the shortest, which was RC. Ratchet flipped a switch, pressed a few buttons, and the screens flipped on, showing the leaders of the most powerful countries in the world. Izuku. I am Dekairu Prime, and the Earth is in danger. Now having met all of the Autobots, and with his teacher by his side, Izuku's job as leader was just beginning. Preparations complete. The screen shut off as the meeting ended. It had only been an hour, but Nizu, Aizawa, and Izuku looked exhausted. It had been difficult, but they had managed to, at least temporarily, get the world leaders to put aside their grievances and work with them. Izuku leaned on a nearby ledge and Shino placed her hand on his shoulder. Shino. Are you okay? Izuku nodded. Izuku. Yeah, I am Shino. I'm just preparing for the next step. Jazz. What next step, boss? Izuku stood straight up and faced the Autobots, all of whom were now there. Izuku. As strong as we are, Unicron is beyond our power. He's been fought before, and only the temporary team-up of both Autobots and Decepticons have been able to drive him off. He heard a crash and looked over to where it came from to see Prowl with his fist embedded into a nearby wall. Bulkhead. I don't really care. They betray us and we just get to scrap him. RC. No, I can't support that. Izuku. But we must. Ratchet. As much as I want to say no, I can't. You're right, WHE, you say it's our only shot. Prowl. I knew you were a bad choice. Optimus would never think of that possibility. Izuku stopped. He turned to Prowl and stepped towards him. Izuku. Prowl. I hate to inform you, but I am not Optimus. He then turned around, transformed, and drove out of the base. Shino. I'm going after him. Just before she stepped out, she turned to Prowl. Shino. And you should work on your manners. With that, she stepped outside and transformed as well, driving off in the direction Izuku went. Prowl. My manners don't need any work. Aizawa. Actually, they do. Prowl turned and leaned down to face the man. Prowl. And what would you know? Aizawa. That even though he's supposed to be the greatest being in existence or whatever, he's still just a teenager. A teenager with the wisdom of several centuries-old beings, including your old leader. If Midoriya thinks it's the best course of action, then he came to that decision using that wisdom. Prowl took a step back and turned around, walking deeper into the base. Jazz then let out a laugh. Jazz, I've never seen a human make Prowl back down before. I like you. I support the decision to recruit the cons. RC. I still don't. I know it's the only way, but ugh. It's just a disaster waiting to happen, but I suppose, if Midoriya really believes in it, I'll trust him. Izuku was sitting on a cliff in his human form, looking over the large canyon in front of him. Then he heard an engine behind him and the familiar sounds of transformation. After that, Shino sat next to him. Shino. You know, he's just being a hick, right? Izuku let out a small chuckle. Izuku. I know Shino. She pulled him closer and rested his head in her lap. Shino. He's the only one of them even comparing you to Optimus, and besides, I'm pretty sure Aizawa's already chewed him out. Izuku. Probably. She placed her hand over his own. Shino. What's going on in there? You've never been this upset before. Izuku sighed. Izuku. It's just, what if I was the wrong choice? What if this responsibility would be better off with someone else? Shino let out a chuckle of her own. Shino. You told me yourself that Primus approves of you. If that doesn't mean that you're the right choice, then I don't know what does. Izuku looked up at her. Izuku. Are you sure? She nodded. Shino. Always. He smiled and leaned upwards, having them share a kiss. He then stood up and dusted himself off. Izuku. Well, might as well get this over with before the others can stop me, right? She stood up next to him. Shino. If we connect out comms, we should be able to amplify the signal to reach the Nemesis. Izuku nodded and held up his hand. His fingers shifted to reveal Jack's. She did the same to reveal counterparts to his, and they met in the middle. Izuku. Let's do this. She nodded. Shino. Right. Izuku concentrated and started sending out a signal, hopefully strong enough for the Decepticons to receive. Soon they got an answer. Who is trying to contact the Nemesis? Izuku could tell from Optimus' shared memories who it was. Izuku. Hello, Barricade. Funny you're on comm duty. Barricade. Who are you? Izuku. Dekyra Prime, Optimus' successor. I must speak to Megatron. Barricade. And why should I believe you? Izuku. You heard from Starscream recently? No. I'm why. Then a new, much more demanding voice was heard. The years of commanding and battle experience was heard within. Megatron. You have piqued my interest, and due to your extermination of the pests, I will humor you, Prime. What do you want? Izuku. If your systems are as good as I think they are, then surely you would have noticed an extra planet in the solar system. Megatron. Ah yes, Unicron. And would I be safe in assuming you wish to call a truce to combat him? Izuku. Yes. Megatron. And why should I agree? If I side with him, the Decepticons may be spared. Izuku. Because you didn't get to kill Optimus, though with Starscream. If you SIMB with us and we succeed, you get yet another chance to kill a Prime. Not only that, but if you don't, you'll never conquer Earth. A hum was heard on the other side as the warlord pondered Izuku's words. Megatron. Very well. On 2 conditions. Izuku. What are they? Megatron. Once the battle is over, you and me have a duel. Not one to the death, as I feel it would be too soon, but one to let me gauge your strength. Izuku. And the other? Megatron let out a sinister chuckle. Megatron. I am allowed to take as much dark energon from Unicron as my ship can hold. Izuku. Fine, we can handle that when you throw it at us. I accept your conditions, will you help? Megatron. Until my conditions are met, yes. See you in a couple weeks, Dekyra Prime. Then the comms went dead and Izuku and Shino separated. Now with all the needed forces, they were prepared, and Unicron was going down. Going to war. 2 weeks after contacting the Decepticon leader, Izuku, in his human form, stood in front of a ground bridge, along with the Autobots and 1A. Ratchet was at the controls. He would be staying back until someone was seriously injured. Izuku loudly. Alright, listen up. Everyone turned to look at him. Izuku loudly. The Autobots and a few of my fellow classmates already know this, but the Decepticons are very dangerous. They may be planning to deceive us, so be on your toes at all times. He then shifted to his partial Cybertronian form. Izuku loudly. Today we begin the defense of Earth from its biggest threat, yet this may take days, weeks, maybe even months to fully combat. We only have broken reports of what he is capable of. We only know 3 things: he can send out drones, he eats planets, and he can transform. Now let's go. Izuku turned around and walked through the ground bridge. On the other side, it was night. Unicron wouldn't be coming from the sun after all. Once everyone was on the other side, they heard a humming from above. When they looked up, they noticed a ship, the Nemesis. Izuku. Speaking of the cons. Right on time. Izuku was able to see past the Nemesis and into the sky. The large form of Unicron was very close to the moon. Then one of the Nemesis' deployable elevators were lowered, allowing 3 Decepticons to leave the ship. They stepped forward one at a time. RC. Soundwave. Bumblebee. Barricade. Izuku. And Megatron. The 3 stood in front of the small crowd, each towering over the group, except for Bulkhead, who was near Barricade's height. The Autobots and 1A tensed up. Megatron. Do not fear, we are merely here to fulfill the deal made between your leader and us. Prowl. Why should we believe you will keep to it? Megatron. Because, as much as we are your only hope, you are the only way we can get what we want. Suddenly Megatron extended his blade and raised it to the side of his head, stopping a shuriken that was thrown. Megatron. Sneaky, but your skills have dulled since last we've met. He retracted his blade as the shuriken hit the ground. Megatron. Now, where is this new Prime? Izuku. Down here. The large warlord peered downwards at Izuku, and scoffed. Megatron. I appreciate a good bit of humor now and then, but now is not the time. He aimed his cannon at Izuku. Megatron. Where is Dikaira Prime? Izuku sighed and shifted to his full Cybertronian form, which only reached to Megatron's chest. Izuku. I am Dikaira Prime. I am the one who made this deal. Izuku pushed the cannon aside. Izuku. And I hope you will accept that. Megatron. Interesting. One who uses size modulators for more than changing to their alternate form. And the way you seem to have synthetic human flesh, what are you? Izuku. The simple answer is human turned Cybertronian. I don't know much about the process. Now, shall we begin? Megatron nodded. Megatron. Yes, we shall. We have already wasted too much time. I understand you have contacted Earth's governments, is that true? Izuku nodded. Izuku. Every major country will have both its military and heroes combating the drones. If he has any other forms of attack, they will deal with it. You, me, and our forces on Earth will use a long-range ground bridge to gain access to his surface. From there, we need only find his spark. Megatron then pulled something out from a compartment in his back, a piece of dark energon. Megatron. This may help. It has been exuding energy for the past Earth week, and it's only been getting stronger. I believe it will be at its strongest while within his spark chamber. Izuku. That's as solid a plan as we'll get. Izuku turned to 1A and the Autobots. Izuku. Let's all come back alive, yeah? They all nodded in agreement, and Izuku activated his comms. Izuku. Ratchet, activate the ground bridge. Ratchet. Activating now. Good luck. Then a multicolored portal opened up in front of the group. Izuku. Setsuna Tokage, good luck down here. When this is over, Green Team will be whole. Setsuna and Tokage, right. Izuku. Let's go. Megatron. Let's. They both entered the ground bridge and their respective groups followed. The war against Unicron had just begun. Battle of Unicron PT-1. A large blue, green, and purple portal opened on a landscape of metal. Out of the portal came 9 figures: Megatron, Izuku, and their respective factions emerged and hit the ground with metallic thumps. The ground bridge closed. Megatron activated his comms. Megatron to the Nemesis. I want all available troops laying siege to Unicron's surface fortifications and scanning his surface for possible entryways. He seemed to get a confirmation as multiple ground bridges opened above the large group and many flying vehicons came out. Megatron. That should make our job easier. My ground troops are spread around Unicron's surface. Izuku nodded. Izuku. Backup has been called from the closest sectors, they should arrive soon. For now, we're on our own. Barricade yelling. You believe Lord Megatron needs backup? What kind of? He was silenced by a wave of his leader's hand. Megatron. The Prime was right to call backup. I am powerful, but I am also no fool. If we went at Unicron alone, we would surely lose. Who is coming? Izuku. Ultra Magnus, Hot Rod, and Breakdown all pledged they would come. Megatron. Knockout will not be far behind Breakdown. I have rarely seen the two apart. Izuku hummed a response. Izuku. Predaking had also been messaged, though he hasn't said anything back. Megatron. We may need his strength for this battle. Now, no time to lose. Can you fly, Prime? Izuku. If given a vehicle to scan, yeah? Megatron. As much as I hate helping you, you will need this. You shall scan me. I will not be harmed, my armor has been designed to resist scanning. He then jumped and shifted to his Cybertronian jet form. Izuku's eyes flashed a bright blue as the pane of light fell over Megatron. As it finished, Izuku jumped and shifted into his new form. The only visible difference between him and Megatron was that he was green. Izuku. We will search from the sky while you all search down here. Radio if you find something. Also, at least tolerate each other for a while. Megatron. Enough chatting, we must go. The two then took off. Tokage took down yet another drone as it attempted to kill a family. She took a knee in front of them, partially to make sure they were okay, and partially to rest. Tokage. You all okay? Pan. Father. Yeah, but are you? You're a student, you should be in a shelter. Tokage. No, I'm doing my job right now. Now go, get to safety. They nodded and started running towards the nearest shelter. Suddenly a light was shown on Tokage, and she turned around to see another attack drone. She sighed and pulled on the power of one for all once more, going up to her new limit of 15%. She split and sent her barrage at the drone, battering it until it wasn't functional. She then reformed and leapt off to continue rescuing drones. Tsu kicked another drone, but they kept coming. She had found a park full of people and went in to protect them, but the large amount of people attracted too many drones. She was hit in her arm by one of their bullets, which thankfully were actual bullets instead of energon. She hit the ground hard. She was tired, and when combined with the pain in her arm, she couldn't get back up. The drone hovered over top of her, readying another shot. She had almost accepted her fate when a large, bright green object hit the drone away. Human, are you okay? Karo. She looked up to see something she didn't know even existed, a frog-shaped Cybertronian. Tsu. I'll be okay with some rest. Karo. She then spied the Decepticon symbol on his head. Tsu. Why would a Decepticon care about a human? I don't, but you're a frog, so I'll make an exception. Karo, the name's Spring-Load. Tsu stood up and pulled a bandage from one of her pouches. Tsu. Karo, call me Froppy. She proceeded to wrap up her arm. Tsu. I'm good now. I need to keep protecting the civilians here. Spring-Load. And my orders are to stop the drones. Maybe an alliance is in order. Karo. Tsu nodded. Tsu. We have work to do then. Karo. Spine-Load. Right. The two then hopped off to continue fighting off Unicron's drones. The battle has just begun. Humans and Cybertronians are fighting against Unicron. But the Planet Eater has some tricks of his own. Battle of Unicron PT-2. It had been days at this point. Neither the Nemesis nor the troops on the ground had found an entrance to Unicron's lower layers. Izuku and Megatron both landed on top of a tower. While neither wanted to show it, they were running low on energon. Their thrusters may not take much, but they had been flying non-stop. Izuku took a step forward to overlook the vast metal surroundings, only to fall to one knee. Izuku, I'm low. How are your energon reserves doing? Megatron, I am in a similar state. The Nemesis has plenty, though I do not believe Unicron will allow any more ground bridges to open on his surface. Izuku, and our thrusters would guzzle the last of it if we tried to fly. Megatron, we walk from here until backup arrives. We cannot afford to sit still. Izuku, agreed. Though if worse comes to worse, we may have to punch through his outer layer and resort to Dark Energon. Megatron, as much as I want it, Dark Energon is highly dangerous to use while Unicron is active. The last one to try it became his puppet until I snuffed out their spark. Izuku, well, the Matrix might protect me. Megatron, let us hope it does if we must resort to that. Now we must go. Izuku nodded and the two jumped from the tower, landing on the surface and starting to walk. 4 hours later, and neither of them were doing well. They had found an upturned piece of metal, most likely from a previous conflict, and sat behind it. Megatron, where is it? It must be close. Izuku, it must be, the Dark Energon shard is reacting more than ever. Izuku attempted to stand but immediately fell right back down. Izuku, damn it, I can't get up, can you? Megatron, no. We have roughly the same reserves, if you can't move then neither can I. Just then one of Unicron's drones hovered over to them. A voice both knew instinctively must be Unicron's came out from it. Unicron, so you are the leaders of the pests on my surface. One a Prime, the other a Nobody Warlord. Izuku chuckled. Izuku, a Nobody Warlord? Have you not seen Cybertron in the last few million years? Unicron, I know of Cybertron's fate. But that is but a fraction of what I am able and in a far longer time. Izuku, oh? So you do? Well then, you should know just how good the Autobots and Decepticons are at killing metal planets. Unicron then chuckled at them. Unicron, you specks of scrap believe you stand a chance? Good luck. Now, any last words? Izuku, finally. Megatron, took them long enough. Unicron, HM? Those are Piku. The drone was then smashed to the ground by a large hammer. It then began to float back up but was fried with a shock staff. Well, look at who we found. Yes, it seems our dear leader is in need of his medic. Izuku, just on time. Well, come to the fight of your lives, breakdown, knockout. Knockout. Strange, never seen you before. A new recruit perhaps? One of Lord Megatron's many attempts at artificial protoforms? Megatron, give us the Energon knockout. Knockout. Alright. No need to get upset with me. The Decepticon medic pulled out a container of Energon, attached it to a field injector, and gave Megatron the whole container. Megatron then stood up. Megatron, this will do, we must save as much Energon as possible. Now for the Prime. Breakdown. Prime? Why are we helping him? Megatron, we have a deal. Work together to stop Unicron, and we get as much Dark Energon as the Nemesis can carry. Knockout. Well, that explains it. He repeated the process on Izuku, who then stood up too, though only about half of his reserves had been filled. Izuku, thank you, Knockout. Knockout. See, now this is a patient thanking me after helping him. The most I ever got was a nod from Screamer. Megatron. Enough unnecessary chatter, we have to move. Did either of you see Ultra Magnus or Predaking on your way here? Breakdown. We saw Magnus' ship, but not him. Knockout. Knowing him, he's trying to lead the Autobots in this one's absence. Megatron. I said enough, Knockout. Knockout dramatically bowed. Knockout. My apologies, my liege. Izuku. Let's go. Megatron. Yes, we've wasted enough time. Move. The group of four began running in the direction that the dark energon shard pointed them. The Battle of Unicron was in full swing. Battle of Unicron PT-3. It had been a few hours since Knockout and Breakdown had made their appearance, and now Megatron was leading the way. The shard of dark energon had been letting off a steady stream of energy, and was only getting stronger. Megatron. Keep your eyes peeled. There will be resistance once we find the entrance. Be careful, Prime, I mean it. Knockout. It sounds like you're starting to care for the Prime, my liege. Megatron. We need him. That is all. Knockout and Izuku shared a glance, suggesting they both knew there was a little more than the Warlord was letting on. Breakdown. Is this what Cybertron looked like before any civilization? Izuku. Yes, it is. Breakdown. And how do you know? Izuku. The Primes. They can choose to share memories with me if they wish. Wisdom is more than just philosophies, you know. Knockout. Aren't you supposed to be some human brat? Izuku shrugged. Izuku. Yeah, and I still am. I'm just taking this seriously. This is my first full-scale battle after all. Breakdown. Your first? How long have you been a Prime anyway? Izuku. 16 months. Megatron. I expected shorter. Given that amount of time, I'd have expected you to become more, how do you say it? Mature than you are as a leader. Izuku. I met the Autobots a month ago. I barely had time to be a leader. Megatron. Such a short amount of time, and yet they trust you completely. Izuku. Not quite. They do trust me, but the only reason they didn't completely deny our deal is because of the wisdom within the Matrix. Breakdown. Well, can you blame them? A new leader, one with the maturity of a human child, pops out of nowhere with the title of Prime, and his first decision is to team up with the enemy? Izuku chuckled. Izuku. No, I can't. Knockout. You know, I can't help but notice the absence of old Screamer. Where is he? Megatron. His spark has been transferred. Knockout. Like Optimus? By who? Izuku. Me. I defeated him and transferred his spark to a human. She is on Unicron with the others. Breakdown. How did you beat him? Suddenly Megatron stopped. Megatron. Halt. I believe we have found our destination. The other three bots peered around his hulking figure to see around 100 drones guarding a tunnel leading downwards. Knockout. There's so many. How will we get through? Izuku then stepped in front of the group. Izuku. Allow me. I have some stress to relieve. Besides, Breakdown wanted to know how I bat Starscream. Megatron. What are you doing? Izuku looked back and smirked. Izuku. Just watch. Though I do suggest from a distance, I don't have much control over this. He began walking toward the many drones. As he did so, the three Decepticons noticed his eyes change to red, a slight orange glow emanate from his hands. Izuku yelling, Hey, come and get me! The drones turned and looked at him, then they began to fly at him. As they did so, Izuku pounded his hands into the ground. His arms became thick legs, his legs became a thick tail, and a head full of razor-sharp teeth shifted from his torso. By the time the drones reached him, Izuku was in Dino mode. Izuku yelling, Prime Crush flying drones! He spun around and swung his tail, taking out 5 with one attack. He then crushed another in his jaw. After Izuku dropped that one, an orange glow traveled up his mechanical throat before a torrent of energon-fueled flames escaped from his mouth. The heat began to fry the drones. By the time the flames ended, only around half of the drones remained. Once they did, Izuku turned back, his anger spent. His blade extended from his right arm as his left turned into a neutron assault rifle. Izuku. Alright. Just a few of you left. He swung his blade at the closest, destroying it. He shot at the next, his bullets easily piercing its armor. He kept shooting and was able to take down a few more before having to reload. He used his blade to take a few out. At some point he had turned around and he saw Megatron charging his cannon while pointed right at Izuku. He then fired, but instead of hitting the Prime, it went right over his shoulder and hit a drone that was about to shoot him. Megatron. What happened to being careful? Izuku. I felt like showing off. Megatron. Well, we still have 30 of these to go. Izuku. Yeah. We should focus on them first. He only got a grunt from the Decepticon leader before they both began fighting. Knowing they wouldn't be in sync, they had separated to fight and managed to take out the rest of the drones. Once they were done, their companions jogged over. Izuku. Thanks for helping you too. Knockout. I'm the medic besides, not like I would let this impeccable finish get ruined. Breakdown. You said to stay back. Megatron. You take orders from me, Breakdown. Breakdown. Why, yes, sir. Izuku. Anyway. How's the shard? Megatron pulled it out. Megatron. Intact. He held it towards the entrance they just fought for and it glowed brighter. Megatron. And we're headed in the right direction. Izuku. Let's kill us a planet. They then walked inside. The easy part was over, now they had to find Unicron's spark while fighting his hordes of self-defense systems. Battle of Unicron PT-4. Knockout yelling. For the love of Primus, just how many of these things are there? The group of 4 were running deeper into Unicron's planet form and were being pursued by his many self-defense systems. Izuku shot down a drone that was about to slam into the vanity-obsessed medic. Izuku yelling. Counting them would be far more useful than complaining. Knockout. Knockout yelling. Well, I don't see you only having saws and a shock staff. Izuku popped his blade and began slicing through every drone that approached him. Izuku. Saws. Now. Knockout. But USE. Megatron yelling. Do it, Knockout, before I snuff your spark myself. Knockout. Geez. Can't a bot complain once in a while? He brought out his buzzsaws and started to cut down drones as well. Izuku. Megatron. How close are we? The warlord pulled out his shard of dark energon, which was shining so bright they wouldn't even need Unicron's interior lighting. Megatron. Very. The group continued running until they came across a rather large hole in the floor. A hole that had a purple glow emanating from it. Izuku. Think this is it? Megatron. Only one way to find out. Yelling. Jumo before we're overrun. Knockout. Too late, looks like round 2 is only bigger than the last. Izuku and Megatron turned around to see a swarm of drones that filled the tunnel barreling towards them. Izuku. Scrap. Just before they could put their hands up in defense, they heard a roar off in the distance. The drones stopped and turned around, scanning for whatever, or whoever, made the sound. After merely a minute, the swarm was overtaken by powerful flames that blasted some drones back, and incinerated the others. Once the inferno had died down, only one being was left in front of the group. It was large, metallic yet reminiscent of human legend. It had wings and a tail. There was only being any of them knew who it could be, and that was Izuku. Predaking. Apologies for my late arrival. I was preoccupied. Izuku. Don't sweat it. You arrived just on time. Megatron. Yes. Just on time to aid in the snuffing of Unicron's spark. It is just down this shaft here. Predaking. I will not be able to follow. Both this form and my bipedal form are too large. I will stay here and defend the entrance from any outside reinforcements. Breakdown. Suit yourself, lizard brain. He then leapt into the hole. Knockout. Better join him before he gets himself sent to the Allspark. Hurry down. The medic followed his partner. The buzz of more drones could be heard in the distance. Predaking. Go. He turned around and prepared to fight more. Izuku. You heard the King Megs. Izuku grabbed Megatron by the shoulder and pulled him down into the spark chamber. Once they were down there, it was found that both of their companions had gone deeper into the giant planet. Megatron. If I find them, I swear I'll. Izuku. Not now. We have an evil planet to kill. Megatron. Right. They began to walk forward, finding themselves in the gigantic spark chamber of Unicron. They then heard his voice. Unicron, get out. Izuku. No. We're ending this once and for all. Megatron. And I'll use your very blood to do what you could never dream of. Taking note of two pillars that seemed to be what was keeping Unicron's dark energon-based spark stable, they prepared to fire. Izuku shifted both of his arms together into a cannon much like Megatron's, and they both aimed at their own targets. Izuku opened his chest cavity, began to fuel his cannon with energy from the Matrix, hoping that would be enough of an extra punch in case the pillars did nothing. Megatron yelling, now. They both fired. That was the biggest mistake of their lives. As soon as their beams hit the pillars, purple energy began to travel back to them using their attacks as anchors. Megatron. Cover the Matrix Prime. Izuku attempted, but his panels would only shift back and forth, never actually moving anywhere. Izuku. I can't, this stuff isn't letting my T-Cog shift. Megatron attempted to pop his blade, only for it to fail just as Izuku's chest panels had. Megatron, mine too. Unicron. You fools! You must know by now that Dark Energon turns you into my puppets. They were then pulled towards the pillars and his spark. Unicron. You should also know that me and my brother gave very similar abilities. Mine, however, are fairly weaker than his, though they are just as dangerous. While he can create and destroy sparks, I can overwrite them with my own version of them. A Prime and his mortal enemy, what great puppets you'll make. They were put into his very spark. They were about to be fully taken. Just as they were about to be fully positioned inside, the Matrix began to glow. As soon as it touched Unicron's spark, it freed Izuku from his binds. Izuku fell to the ground, but Megatron was still captured. Izuku, Megatron. Megatron. Go, he's unbeatable without the Matrix. Izuku. No, I won't leave you. Izuku began climbing one of the pillars to get up to Megatron's position. Before he did anything else, he whispered into the Matrix. The warlord began to yell in pain from whatever Unicron was doing. Izuku, whispering. I know this is dumb. I know he's a terrible person. But I won't let anyone die today. So if you still think I'm worthy, work with me here. With that said, he leapt. He leapt into the spark he had just escaped from, and grabbed Megatron's hand. Megatron yelling. Go, didn't you hear me? Izuku. A hero never lets someone die. Not even the villain. Unicron. What a foolish sentiment. It'll only get you killed. Goodbye, Prime. May your body be of use to me. They both felt a wave of pain as Unicron began to take over their sparks. Megatron pushed on Izuku's chest as the Matrix pulsed once more, effectively throwing him harder. What neither of them had noticed was a small, red spark that arced between Megatron and the Matrix. As Izuku was launched into a wall, Megatron went quiet. Unicron. Well, that is interesting. Oh well. It just means this body is mine to command with no interference. Izuku began to stand and watched as Megatron's body began to twitch and move. The cyber matter that made up his body began to shift and move like liquid. It changed color, it changed form, it was transforming. Once the process was over, the body was lowered onto the walkway, life in its eyes. Izuku. Megatron? The body perked up and turned to him before laughing. It jumped over, pointed its cannon at him and spoke one sentence in a voice Izuku didn't recognize. There is no Megatron, only Galvatron. Battle of Unicron PT Final. Galvatron. There is no Megatron, only Galvatron. A purple glow began to emanate from his cannon, signifying he was preparing to fire directly into Izuku's chest. Ordinarily this wouldn't be too bad, as even something as powerful as Starscream's null ray was only able to get past his outer armor. But Galvatron was a mystery, that and he was powered by Dark Energon. Galvatron. Say goodbye, Prime. Just as he was about to fire, his cannon powered down as his arm flung put to catch a hammer. Breakdown. Huh! Not even Megatron can catch my hammer that easily. Galvatron. Well, that's because Megatron was weaker than he let on. He turned and used his free hand to land a hard punch onto Breakdown, sending the bob back. However, the hammer remained in his grip, along with Breakdown's right forearm. Knockout. I am not fixing that. The red bot appeared behind Galvatron, saws at the ready, but was hit away by Galvatron using Breakdown's arm. Galvatron. Not even close. He turned to see Izuku had disappeared. Izuku yelling. "PresidentThanos, we need you." Unicron's loyal servant whipped around to see Izuku helping Breakdown up. He then heard the unmistakable sounds of destruction. Turning to the sound, he saw the entrance to Unicron's spark chamber suddenly triple in size as the dragon form of PresidentThanos forced his way down the cramped tunnel. "PresidentThanos, I am here, Prime. What has happened?" Izuku. "It was a trap. Unicron warped Megatron into that." PresidentThanos looked to Galvatron. "PresidentThanos, I understand." He rushed Galvatron and attempted to hit him with his tail, only for it to be grabbed. Galvatron. "Your voices have gotten annoying. I think I'll end this now." He dropped Breakdown's arm as he blocked a second strike from one of PresidentThanos' clawed hands. Galvatron. Too slow. His cannon began to charge and he fired into PresidentThanos' chest, just barely missing the beast's spark. Galvatron. "I think I'll take these now." As he gripped harder onto PresidentThanos, he heard footsteps. As he looked over, Izuku was already near him. He noticed that Knockout had reached Breakdown, leaving Izuku with the opportunity to fight. Izuku. "Let him go." He popped his blade, but something was different. It was no longer the basic silver, one-edged blade it used to be. Now it was darker, more intricate, it even had a purplish glow to it. He swung it down and severed the hand crushing PresidentThanos' hand, as well as severing the part PresidentThanos' tail, freeing him from Galvatron. Galvatron then swung at Izuku, who blocked his strike using his new blade. Izuku. "Run, I'll hold him off." PresidentThanos. "You will not succeed." Izuku. "Yes, I will. It's my job as a Prime and as a hero. Now go." PresidentThanos looked between the exit and Izuku. PresidentThanos. "Fine. But once you get back, you better have my tail." He ran over to the exit, allowing Knockout and Breakdown to climb on as he left. Izuku. "You and me now." He leapt backwards to escape the clash. Galvatron. "So it seems, Prime. Now fall." He rushed Izuku, who was just barely able to avoid his next strike. He noticed Galvatron destroyed part of the wall, and got an idea. Izuku. "If you're so much stronger than Megatron, then come and kill me already." Galvatron, be quiet. Izuku turned and ran back towards Unicron's spark. Izuku. "Megatron was faster." Galvatron yelling. "No, he wasn't." Izuku. "You sure? How about a race?" He shifted into car form and continued to speed to his target, Unicron's central energon distributor. If he couldn't kill the being here, he would cripple him as best as possible. However, he underestimated Galvatron. Just before he reached his target, Galvatron tackled the Earth vehicle. During the tumble, Izuku shifted back to full Cybertronian form and it ended with Galvatron on top of Izuku. Galvatron. "Got you. Primes are more slippery than I imagined." Izuku was struggling to hold back Galvatron's cannon arm, which was slowly charging up and approaching his head. Galvatron. "I'll end you here." He felt the barrel touch the side of his head. Izuku and no. Galvatron. "No? You don't have a choice." Izuku. "You're right, my only option is to survive." Just moments before Galvatron fired, Izuku used both fists and all his might to knock the cannon upwards and towards the energon distributor. The cannon fired and destroyed half of the component. Unicron yelling. "You fool, what have you done?" Galvatron, no. Izuku shifted down to partial Cybertronian form and began to run. After he was a safe distance, he shifted back to full Cybertronian form, grabbed PresidentThanos' tail, and began to make his way out. By the time he reached the surface of Unicron, the planet was already retreating. Izuku. "Hope I gave enough energon left for the trip home." He shifted into his Cybertronian jet form and flew off, heading back to Japan. Aftermath. It was daybreak in Japan. The drones had retreated with stragglers being dealt with by the heroes. On the news, the large planet known as Unicron could be seen leaving. Something hadn't gone to plan, but what it was, no one knew. The Autobots, Class 1A, Predaking, Springload, Knockout, and Breakdown were standing inside the Autobot space. Knockout. Seriously, the middle of the desert? I'm getting sand between my plating just standing here. Ratchet. If want to leave, then go. It's not exactly ideal for us having you here either. Springload. Now hold-o. A yelp of pain came from Predaking as Ratchet was trying to patch the hole in his chest. Ratchet. I know. Just hold on another minute. As he was doing so, static began to fill both the Autobot and Decepticon comms. EY Cohen hot. Breakdown. The hell? Jazz. I normally ignore static, but this is strange. RC. Wait, listen. Any he me? Prowl. I recognize that voice. Izuku yelling. I am in free fall and need a ground bridge. Knockout. By Primus it's Prime. Ratchet rushed to his ground bridge controls. Ratchet. Prime, what happened? Izuku yelling. I ran low on energon mid-flight, how's that ground bridge coming? Ratchet typed on his console quickly. Ratchet, coming up. He pulled the lever and the ground bridge opened. Ratchet, now. The others stepped away from the portal. A few seconds later, Izuku rocketed through in his jet form alongside what looked to be Predaking's missing tail. He flipped in the air and sent a quick burst out from his thrusters, the force stopping his momentum. He then shifted to full Cybertronian form. Shino stepped forward and helped him stand. Izuku. Well, we technically won. Aizawa stepped forward from the platform he and the other humans were on. Aizawa. What do you mean, Midoriya? Izuku. We couldn't kill him, but me heavily injured him. He won't come back for a while. Bulkhead spoke up. Bulkhead. At least old Buckethead is gone. Izuku and the others who were in the spark chamber went silent. Bulkhead. What? Izuku. He didn't exactly die. He sacrificed himself to give me a fighting chance, and Unicron changed him. Megatron is gone, but the stronger Galvatron has emerged. No. Izuku looked up suddenly and whipped his head around. The voice sounding like it was right next to him. Izuku. Who? Shino. Well, no one said anything, are you okay? Izuku looked at her confused for a moment before shaking his head. Izuku. Probably energon deficiency. Knockout walked over with an injector. Knockout. Can't have you dying yet, Prime. He have Izuku another energon injection. Breakdown looked around and noticed Izuku didn't have his arm. Breakdown. You grabbed Lizard Brain's tail but not my hand? Izuku. Well, we can't exactly replace a whole tail. Speaking of which. He locked up the large metal appendage and walked over to Ratchet. Izuku. This needs to get reattached. Ratchet groaned. Ratchet. I'll see what I can do. After that, Izuku caught the rest up on what exactly happened while on Unicron. That eventually led to Izuku getting curious. Izuku. Where did you two go? He pointed at Knockout and Breakdown. Knockout. We let you and Lord Megatron do your thing, but once the whole Galvatron thing happened, we decided to step in. Breakdown lifted his injured arm. Breakdown. Which didn't work out too well. Izuku. Now, why are you three here? I figured you'd all be on the Nemesis by now. Knockout, Breakdown, and Springload glanced between each other. All three. Shockwave. Izuku. What did he do? Springload. He told us our cooperation with the Autobots are illogical. Breakdown. Don't forget, keeping the ones who couldn't protect our master or kill the Prime would be illogical. Knockout. Logical this, illogical that. Yelling. I'll show him how logical my foot up his cannon feels. Izuku. Why don't you join us? The room went silent as everyone stared at him. Knockout. As much as I appreciate the offer, their silence says it all. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Izuku. What kind of hero would I be if I didn't believe in second chances? He stood and extended his hand to the three. Izuku. The Autobots could always use new members. Knockout. Well, you are the best patient I've had. I'd be out of my processor to throw that away. He shook Izuku's hand. Izuku looked to Breakdown, who sighed. Breakdown. Gotta make sure he doesn't get himself scrapped. I'm in. He too shook Izuku's hand. Spring load. Sorry, but I'm going out on my own. Kero. He jumped over to the exit, but just before he left, Tsu hopped over. Tsu. Kero. Spring load, Kero. They croaked a few more times before he transformed into a truck and driving off. Izuku. What was that? Tsu looked up at him. Tsu. He said that all I need to do is contact him and he'll come to aid his fellow frog. Kero. Izuku smiled. Izuku. He might come around someday then. The day was saved, Unicron was gone, and the Autobots were bigger than ever. The Big Three. A week had passed since Unicron's retreat and the apparent death of Megatron. Now Izuku was once again sitting at his desk in Class 1A. Once Unicron had left, the Decepticons seemed to follow. While that was worrisome, the Autobots didn't have the resources to follow them. Now, Aizawa was speaking to the class. Aizawa. Alright, I know we just finished fighting to defend the Earth, but that doesn't mean we get to take a nice long break. What was supposed to happen was you all going to the provisional licensing exam after training at the camp. As we all know, that didn't go to plan. We are also running low on time, which is why we are taking extreme measures. He pressed a button and a projection appeared, showing a document. Aizawa. This is a special order from the Safety Commission. It states that if the school deems them worthy, students will be provided with a provisional license. Due to your performances during the Unicron invasion, you have each been assigned a provisional license. He pressed the button again and the projection disappeared. Aizawa. You can get them from the main office after class. Now for the next step in your hero careers, work studies. They're much like your internships from earlier in the year. You will be working with full-fledged pro-heroes in their cities and aiding in their operations. Unlike your internships, your licenses will allow you to participate in field work, meaning you will be treated as pros and will be expected to follow orders as a sidekick would. You will also be paid for your time. A few hands went up. Aizawa. Before you ask questions, these are optional. In fact, most of the time you'll be called in during school hours, meaning you should be prepared to go through catch-up classes. The hands went down. Aizawa. Good. Now, as easy as it is for me to tell you how these can help, it's easier to show you. Come in. The door slid open and 3 other students walked inside, obviously upperclassmen, a hunched boy with spiky purple boy, a girl with long periwinkle hair, and tall, muscular boy with short blonde hair. Aizawa. These are the best of the best UA has to offer, the top of the third-year classes, UA's Big Three. The boy with purple hair looked up and stared into what seemed to be Class 1A's souls before quickly turning around and quietly mumbling something. The girl walked over and patted his shoulder. Come on, Amajiki, you gotta have the heart of a lion, not a kitten. She turned to the class. This our kitten, Tamaki Amajiki, and I'm Neijire Hado. She then proceeded to rush the students of Class 1A and asking rather personal questions to them. Eventually, she made it to Izuku. Hado. Hey, you're like that Todoroki kid, is it your quirk that caused your heterochromia? Izuku looked at her confused. Izuku. My what? Hado. You know you're one blue eye and one red eye. Izuku. Oh, that you, yeah, it's my quirk. She was about to ask more questions before a loud voice was heard from the front. The blonde boy began to talk, but Izuku wasn't listening. What did Hado mean? Both his eyes were still blue, right? After a minute, Izuku was able to tune back into the conversation. Oh, I know you should all fight me, is that alright, Eraser? Aizawa. Do whatever you want, Togata, just don't hurt them too bad. Togata. Alright, follow me. He led his peers in Class 1A out of the room. Izuku and Aizawa were the last ones, so Izuku began to talk to the man in the back while walking behind the class. Izuku. Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa. Yeah, Midoriya? Izuku. Are my eyes really different colors? Aizawa looked at Izuku, who met his gaze. Aizawa put his phone and turned on the front-facing camera before showing it to Izuku. Izuku looked at the screen to see 2 eyes looking back, one blue and one red. Izuku. What? Aizawa. I'd suggest seeing Ratchet later. Izuku nodded. Izuku. Definitely. Hopefully Knockout won't be busy so he can give a second opinion. Class 1A all stood in front of Togata in a gymnasium, minus Izuku and Todoroki who were standing off to the side. Todoroki because he wanted to watch, Izuku because he didn't feel like breaking Togata's hand by existing. The fight didn't go in 1A's favor at all. Togata dominated the fight, even managing to bring down Tokage by targeting her when she reformed. This wasn't what Izuku was focused on, however. Why was he changing? How was he changing? What would this bring? Invitation. The straps holding Izuku in place released, and he stepped down from the operation table. As he did so, he reverted to his human form and climbed up to the walkways. Ratchet. Everything's in order. Your spark is fully operational, and so is your processor. I didn't see any abnormalities with the Matrix either. As far as I can tell, you're perfectly fine. Knockout. Same here. Honestly, anything could have happened to cause this. It was probably just one of the many hits you took causing an eye to be stuck as red. Izuku. You're both absolutely sure nothing is wrong? Both. Yes. Izuku shook his head and sighed. He then noticed Prowl walk out of the base and drive off. Izuku. I know I don't know you all very much, but Prowl seems much broodier than normal. Knockout. I'll give you 3 guesses why. Ratchet. It's because he can't stand our 2 new additions. Him and RC so far are the only 2 who still have problems with knockout and breakdown. Izuku. I know RC will come around eventually, 8M. Just not sure about Prowl. Ratchet. Neither am I. Knockout. Just wait until he's forced to have me fix him up. Ratchet. It might help. But don't bet on him suddenly accepting you after that. Izuku. I have a feeling he still hasn't accepted me either. Ratchet. We can figure that out later. You need to get back to Japan. Izuku. Right. He hopped off of the walkway and towards the ground bridge. Ratchet then activated it. Izuku. Keep me updated with events here. I want to at least be in the loop. Ratchet. Of course. Now go. Izuku nodded and ran through the ground bridge. The other side was directly outside the 1A dorms. Izuku was glad to be there early, even if they didn't have school that day. He walked through the front doors to see most of the class lounging around. Ida suddenly appeared next to him. Ida Midoriya. A small scream and an apology later, Ida continued. Ida. A hero stopped by to ask for you. Izuku. Who was it? Ida. Mirko. Izuku. Why would Mirko ask about me? Ida shrugged. Ida. She asked for, and I quote, the big green robot kid. Izuku. And she left immediately after because? Ida. No, she didn't. She was here for 2 hours. Izuku then looked around and noticed his classmates weren't exactly lounging. In fact, they were a bit more unconscious. Izuku. I see. And did she leave a message for where she would be? Ida. No. But she did leave her number for you to call. Izuku. Okay. Where? Ida took his shirt off and turned around to show Izuku a phone number written in Sharpa on his back. Izuku. Waha. Ida. Just put it in your phone so I can wash it off. Izuku quickly did so. Ida. Thank you. He walked towards the boys' showers and fell flat on his face just before the doorway. He too was unconscious. Izuku quickly called Shino. Shino. Aizu? What's up? Izuku. Hey Shino. So you know how UA's letting us first years do work studies? Shino. What about it? Izuku. Well, Mirko just gave me an invitation to what I hope is a work study. Shino. Okay? Where are you going with this? Izuku. It was her phone number written on Ida's back. After giving it to me, he just passed out in front of the showers. Shino. Yikes. You'll be fine. Izuku. Tell that to Ratchet when he has to repair me. A laugh was heard on the other end. Shino. I'm serious. You'll be fine. Love you. Izuku. Love you too, bye. The call then ended. Izuku paused for a moment, and then called Mirko's number. Mirko. Hello? Izuku. This is Izuku Midoriya. Mirko. Who? Izuku let out a sigh. Izuku. The big green robot kid you beat up a bunch of high school first years for. Mirko. Oh yeah, I want you to work study under me. Izuku. Don't you usually work alone? Mirko. Yeah, but I felt like making an exception. There should be an address on the back of your explosive friend there. Go to it. Izuku walked over to Bakugo, rolled him over, and pulled up his shirt. Sure enough, there was an address there, in bright green paint. Izuku. Any more words on my classmates' backs I should look for? Mirko. Nah. None meant for you anyway. Get to that address. She ended the call. Izuku pulled Bakugo's shirt back down, stood up, and turned to the door. He walked out to find Aizawa walking up the stairs. Aizawa. Anything wrong, Midoriya? Izuku. With me? No. Good luck. He quickly ran past Aizawa and towards the front gates of UA. Aizawa, confused, shrugged off Izuku's actions and walked inside. Aizawa. What the foo? Mirko. Izuku arrived at the address that was written on Bakugo's back. It was an apartment building. He pulled his phone out and called Mirko once again. After a few rings, she picked up. Mirko. Yo, Robo-boy, you here? Izuku. Yeah. Where are you? Mirko. 3rd floor, 5th door on the right. She ended the call. Izuku sighed and entered the building. He made his way to the apartment, she said, and knocked on the door. She answered the door in her hero's suit. Mirko. Ah, there you are. She moved out of the way and let Izuku in. He stepped inside to find the apartment looked freshly cleaned, minus a few takeout containers left on the table. She closed the door and walked ahead of him. Mirko. Welcome to my humble abode. Izuku. It's bigger than my parents'. He walked deeper inside and set the backpack he brought down on the couch. Mirko. I called you here to offer you a work study under me. Izuku. You said that already? Mirko. Yeah, I know, but the stupid protocol shit makes me say it in person. You want in or not? Izuku nodded. Mirko. Great. Don't you need a paper? Izuku. Yeah, 1 second. He reached into his bag and pulled out its only inhabitant, the work-study paper. He handed it to Mirko, who swiped it from him and quickly signed it. She handed it back. Mirko. Here. I'll call you in starting next week. Izuku. Ms. Mirko? Miro. Yeah? Izuku. Why do you want me? Mirko. Because you need to learn how to fight. To be honest, your movements are clunky, meant for kicking the shit out of criminals as big as you in your giant form. Even with that weird hybrid form, your armor and wheels only do so much. So over your work study here, I'll teach you how to fight villains our size. Got it? Izuku smiled and nodded. Izuku. Yes, ma'am. Mirko. Good, now get going. Izuku nodded and began to walk out of the apartment. He was then kicked into the hall. Mirko, faster. The doors closed behind him. It then opened again, so he turned to face her. Mirko. Also, my marker ran out before I could write it, but tell that Kirishima kid he has a nice ass. The door then closed once more. Izuku shook his head and made his way back to UA. He reached the school after about an hour and went directly to the office. He knocked and entered, seeing President Mike at his computer. Mike. Hey, a not-so-little listener, what's up? Izuku walked over and held out the paper. Izuku. Can you make sure this gets to the right person? Mike. Sure, what is it? He took it and looked it over. Mike. Oh, I see. A work-study application with, let's see here, Mirko? That's a bit odd, but then again, it's up to her. He looked back at Izuku. Mike. Yeah, I can take care of this. Izuku. Thank you. Mike nodded and turned around. When he did, Izuku felt something. He heard a familiar voice in his head. Kill. He saw Mike with his head cut off and bleeding. Then he blinked and it was gone. He shook his head, but again only saw Mike in one piece and not dead. Confused, he left the room. Then, he forgot. The experience left his mind, as if it didn't happen. It was Monday of the next week, and Izuku had been called in by Mirko. He arrived at her apartment and knocked on the door. She answered immediately. Mirko, ready for your first day? Izuku, yeah. Mirko, well, come on. I've got a case to finish today and you're gonna help. She closed her door and locked it before sprinting down the hall. Izuku followed but proved to be far slower than that rabbit hero. He left the building to see her already down the street on the roofs. He jumped, changed into his jet form, and quickly caught up. Mirko, I was wondering where you were. Izuku, where are we going? She pointed off in the distance to a building. Mirko, that building, we gotta listen to a police briefing before we do anything. Izuku, got it. Want a ride? Mirko, nah. She then sped up even more and he followed suit. His first day as a hero had just begun. Work study. Izuku reverted to his partial Cybertronian form and landed in front of building Mirko had pointed at. She joined him a moment later and they walked inside. Mirko, you're fast. Izuku, the one who gave me that form was way better at flying than me. Mirko, right, I overheard something about you being special. What do you mean by was? Izuku sighed and looked down. Izuku, he's one with TH no longer with us. He died protecting me, ensuring my survival. Mirko stayed quiet for a few moments. Mirko, look, kid, I'm not the best with this kind of stuff, so all I can say is I'm sorry for your loss. Izuku smiled. Izuku, it's alright. Now, shouldn't we get to this briefing? Mirko, yeah, come on. She proceeded to run down the hallway with Izuku behind her. They soon reached the briefing room. Within was a large number of police along with another local hero, Rocklock. Rocklock, nice to see you decided to show up, Mirko. You don't usually cooperate with us. Mirko, yeah? What about you? Family life gotten old already? Rocklock scoffed. Rocklock, never. But this operation will pay enough so I can stay home a little longer. Who's the kid? Izuku stepped forward and held out his hand. Izuku Midoriya. My hero name is Dikairu Prime and I'm work studying under Mirko. The man raised an eyebrow as he shook Izuku's hand. Rocklock, I see. Izuku chuckled. Izuku, I know, everyone who hears is surprised too. Rocklock, can't exactly blame us, can you? Before Izuku could respond, a door opened and the officer in charge of the briefing walked in. Officer, may I have your attention, please? Everyone turned to look at him. Officer, good, we are here to conduct a raid on a gang that's taken up residency in a nearby vacant factory. You may look around and wonder why we need all of you for this. He clicked a remote and an image projected above him, an image of a Unicron drone. Officer, this is why all of you recall the attack we faced just a few weeks ago by these drones. Their fuel is highly flammable and volatile, exploding with the smallest of sparks. This gang has been seen collecting it and presumably selling it. He pressed the remote again, showing a picture of a sale of the energon. One person stood out amongst the small crowd of people in the picture, no one that the people in the room would know, but one Izuku recognized. Izuku, whispering, Silas. Mirko glanced in his direction but went back to paying attention to the officer. Officer, our objective today is to subdue the gang members as well as securing the fuel. We move out as soon as possible. Dismissed. The three heroes and the police all then filed out from the room and down to the parking lot. The police got in their vehicles and took off. Just as Izuku was about to transform, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Mirko there. Mirko, kid, I don't know what's going on, but I know something's up. Izuku, let's just say, that man from the picture is very dangerous and has a grudge against me. If he's there, I don't know what could happen. Mirko, you won't be alone. Izuku nodded. She let go of him and he shifted to his jet form. He took off and caught up to the police. Izuku landed on a roof across from the factory the police stopped at, and changed his arm into a nucleon-charged rifle. Mirko walked up to him. Mirko. Whoa. Didn't know you could do that. See anything? Izuku zoomed into the yard around the factory. Izuku. A lot of scrap drones. Don't know if they're empty or not. There's a few guards on the outside, but none on the roof. I can't tell how many are inside, but there's definitely a lot of fuel inside. Mirko. Let me guess, you can detect energy too. Izuku. Only if its signature is high, or there's a lot of it. It also helps that this fuel is what keeps me alive. Mirko. What? Izuku. You heard me. The fuel in there is the same that I drink. Their radios crackled to life. Officer. We're moving in now. Izuku. This is Dikairu, the guards seem to be armed. Officer. Roger that. Move. Izuku shifted his arm back to normal. Mirko. You head the man, let's go. She leapt from the building and made it into the factory yard in one leap. Izuku then noticed the glass roof of the factory. He shifted to his jet form and flew above it. He then flew straight down and shifted into partial Cybertronian form just as he hit the glass. He flipped around and landed in the center of the factory floor. Many guns were then pointed at him. Man! Be boss, a hero got in. Boss yelling. Gun him down! The gang members opened fire on Izuku, doing nothing to him. Soon, their weapon ran empty. Izuku. Now, who's first? He heard a shout behind him and turned, catching a stone-covered fist. Izuku. Nice try. Next time, no war cry. He broke the rocks and used his other hand to slam the man into the ground, knocking him out. He heard footsteps to his left and swung his arm out, knocking the person away. He slowly cleared his way to the boss of the gang, who decided it was his time to fight. He leapt down from his place in the catwalks and punched Izuku, denting his metal plating. Izuku. You're strong. But not strong enough. He grabbed the man's arm and flipped him over his head, slamming him into the ground with all his strength, heavily injuring the man. The man remained conscious as Izuku approached. The man could see Izuku's blue eye had become pure red. A laugh escaped Izuku's voice box, then something hit him in the head. He looked up, to see the first man had reawakened. Izuku? Oh? Little bug come back to play? The man backed up in fear as Izuku approached him. Before Izuku could reach him, the boss had managed to get up, pick up a metal beam that had been knocked down, and hit Izuku with it. Izuku got knocked back and hit the wall. The impact seemed to awaken Izuku from whatever had happened to him. He slowly looked up, just for the metal beam to hit him again, and knock him unconscious. Not yours anymore. Izuku awoke, though he didn't recognize the place he was in. Well, he did recognize pieces of it. He was standing in what looked to be an enlarged version of his UA dorm room, mixed with his room back in his parents' apartment. Confused, he opened the door, to find yet another hybrid building. He stepped out onto a catwalk he recognized as one from the Autobots base, though it was above a version of the 1A common space, which had Cybertronian technology strewn about and large cables running to it. Izuku. What the hell? Like it? Izuku whipped around to where he heard the voice, but no one was there. A familiar chuckle was heard, though it was farther away. It seems our guest has woken up. Izuku turned his head to face the voice, but again, nothing. Oh? You don't remember, do you? Well, best give you a reminder. Suddenly, flashes of memories stormed through Izuku's mind. Seeing President Mike decapitated, several other similarly violent visions featuring his classmates and friends, and finally the fight he had just had. He suddenly screamed in pain of the sudden forceful remembrance, and fell to his knees. Izuku arg. Yes, remember. Remember the want, the need. Izuku, no. The catwalk then disappeared, making Izuku fall to the floor of the false common space. Footsteps were heard, and they were familiar. Not Shino's, not Tsu's, not Aizawa's, not anyone he knew. No, he didn't only know them, he's heard this pattern every day of his life. They were his. Izuku quickly got to his feet and looked to the footsteps, to see himself, but not. It was his body, nearly completely identical except for one thing, his hair color. Instead of his usual dark forest green, this version of him sported a deep crimson color, similar to the color of blood. What? Like my look? I certainly think it's much better than the original. A sinister smile creeped onto his doppelganger's face. Wouldn't you say, brother? A sudden pain overtook Izuku's front. Why was he feeling this? He was all metal, that fall shouldn't have hurt. He cried out in pain once more and collapsed. He was strong now, he shouldn't be feeling this. His doppelganger began to cackle in joy. Izuku's pain clearly brought him unspeakable joy. Oh, that's great. Unfortunately, that pain isn't going away. This may be your subconscious, but I'm in control here. Do you know what I am? Izuku only grunted, still in pain. I'm your opposite, the very antithesis to your existence. You are Dikaira Prime. I am Nemesis Prime. Nemesis cackled once more before grabbing Izuku by the back of the shirt and lifting him up so they were making eye contact. All this, while using strength that wasn't even his. Izuku, stop this. PP please. A small fit of deep and joyful giggles later, and Nemesis answered. He leaned forward until both of their noses were touching. Nemesis. No. He leaned back, shifted to a warped version of Izuku's partial Cybertronian form, and held Izuku like a briefcase. Nemesis. Now we should get going. Wouldn't want to keep our guest waiting now, would we? Izuku tried to reach to Nemesis's hand, but the pain he was feeling from the fall was still too great. He definitely had several broken bones, despite this being his own mind. Nemesis walked towards the dorm building doors, which despite being made of glass, were pure white. He pushed them open to reveal a dark hallway lined with pipes and cables. The copy kept walking until he reached the end and opened the only door there, leading to a room that was lined with the very same pipes and cables as the hall. A single dull red light sat in the center of the ceiling, giving the room little lighting. Nemesis eventually got to the other side, where Izuku could see what looked to be two cells, and only one was empty. What he saw in the other made him forget about everything else. He saw a being he thought dead, the one responsible for him living the battle with Unicron. Megatron was alive, now held captive within Izuku's body. Nemesis. In you go. He tossed Izuku's pain-stricken body into the open cell, then closed it. Nemesis. Play nice now, you two. Eternity is such a long time. With that said, he left. After several minutes of silence, with the only interruptions being Izuku's groans of pain, Megatron spoke up. Megatron. Prime. Our deal still stands. Izuku. Huh? Whack. What do you mean? Megatron. Unicron is not dead, there is no dark energon on the Nemesis, and we still have not fought our duel. The way I see it, we are still working together. The large bot stood from where he was sitting and extended his hand out to Izuku through the bars. Megatron. I propose an extended truce. Izuku let out a pained smirk, grabbed Megatron's finger, and shook his hand. Izuku. It's a plan. A pair of eyes opened. They saw a white ceiling, heard a beeping machine, smelled a sterile room. The owner was in the hospital. The being sat up and looked to his left. A woman with bunny ears sat next to the bed, as did a woman wearing a red turtleneck sweater. Shino. Izuku, you're up. She got out of her chair and hugged Izuku. He slowly hugged back. As he did, his hair slowly changed from green to red, his one blue eye became a bright red and hus red one lit up to match it, and a devilish smile formed on his face. Shino. Are you okay? Nemesis. Never better. Damage. Nemesis. Never better. He let go of her and stood up from the bed. Nemesis. Though, I am afraid I cannot say the same for you. He shifted his arm into a path blaster. He raised his arm and pointed it at Shino. Nemesis. Goodbye, Shino. Know that I'm only doing this to hurt him. A gigantic grin made its way onto his face as he prepared to fire. Mirko yelling. Not so fast. She leapt around Shino and kicked the blaster upwards, making him shoot the ceiling. Nemesis. Mirko. I should have targeted you first. Mirko yelling. That mistake will cost you. She jumped and sent a kick at his head, which he caught effortlessly. Mirko. Ha! You couldn't do that before. Nemesis laughed. Nemesis. Of course he didn't, he was holding back. Unlike him, however, I'll take full advantage of my abilities. He shifted into partial Cybertronian form, which was noticeably red instead of green. Shino. W what? Nemesis. Like it? Good, because this is the new normal. Now let's begin. He wound his arm back, and threw Mirko through the window and out into the street. He quickly followed her, his size making a large hole in the wall. Shino ran over to the hole and turned on her comms. Shino. Autobots, can you hear him? Nemesis. Nah. No backup for you. She turned off her comms. Shino. Izuku. What happened? Down below, Nemesis and Mirko had begun their fight, and unfortunately for the rabbit hero, he was tougher than Izuku let on. He also knew how to fight lighter and faster opponents. That was one advantage to being born from Izuku's mind, his fast learning. Every time she came in for a kick, it was either blocked or landed with a punch hitting her. She attempted one of her named moves, Luna Arc, which was a high-powered axe kick, but it was blocked. Even though he was able to block it, the attack still heavily dented his arm plating. Nemesis. I have had enough of you, pest. He grabbed her leg, threw her hard into a nearby wall, and shifted to his full Cybertronian form. By the time she recovered, his fist was already coming down on her. She was just barely able to get out of the way before his fist crushed the sidewalk she was on. Mirko yelling. If you're so much better, then why haven't you killed me yet? Nemesis. Simple. I enjoy watching you struggle. He popped his blade out and swung it down, this time managing to cut off some of her hair. In response, she leapt at him and sent a kick right at his chest, making him stumble backwards. He caught himself on a building. Nemesis. Damn you! A large red fist met the back of his head, sending him forward. Shino. I don't know who you are, but I know you aren't Izuku. He turned and caught a second lunge. Nemesis. Very observant. This knowledge will do you no good. Shino. It just means I don't have to pull any punches. She used her other arm to try to uppercut him, but that fist was caught too. Nemesis. Wisdom of the Primes, remember? That includes battle experience. He pushed her back, raised his leg, and kicked her backwards. Her back hit another building, knocking down multiple walls and damaging others. Nemesis. Still, you could be a problem. I'll fix that. He stepped up to her, her right leg, and elbowed her knee, hard, breaking it. She let out a scream of pain. Nemesis. Even with Ratchet, that'll take time to fix and heal. A cry of effort was heard from behind. He let go of Shino's leg and reached behind himself, catching Mirko. Nemesis. And you will not follow me. He threw her as hard as he could into another building, leaving a crater and knocking her unconscious as she fell to the ground. He could hear sirens in the distance. Nemesis. As much as I'd like to stay and demolish you all, I have more important matters to attend to. He shifted into Cybertronian jet mode and flew off as police and other heroes began to arrive. The Autobots had just lost their leader, and the heroes lost a powerful comrade. Only time will tell if whatever Nemesis plans are come to fruition. Regrouped. Shino awoke to find she was strapped to Ratchet's medical table. She tried to move but felt an intense pain in her right leg. She let out a tired gasp of pain and looked down to find her leg wasn't quite straight, but much better than earlier. Knockout then came into view. Knockout. Oh, thank Primus. Loudly. She's awake. Ratchet and Bumblebee ran into the room and over to her. They unstrapped her, helped her stand. Ratchet. Be careful, I fixed what I could but your leg is still unstable. Bumblebee. Ratchet's right. Your unique body makes it hard for us to help. They helped her walk to a large crate where she then sat down. Her eyes then went wide and she started looking around. Shino. Izuku, where's Izuku? Ratchet. Dikaira isn't here, we do. Shino tried to stand but fell forwards, being caught by Bumblebee. Shino. We have to help him, he's not himself. Bumblebee put her back on the crate. Knockout then walked over with a tablet in hand. Knockout. Not himself, you say? Ratchet, do you think this has something to do with his eye? Ratchet faced his medical partner and brought his hand to his chin. Ratchet. It may. But we need to figure out what happened. The medic turned back to face the injured hybrid. Ratchet. Could you tell us about the events that led to you being unconscious? Shino nodded. Shino. I was in the hospital, sitting next to Izuku's bed with Mirko next to me. He was knocked unconscious during a fight with a gang. Then he sits up, I hug him, and he points a blaster at my face. It was then I noticed he also looked different. Bumblebee. Different how? She gestured to her hair and face. Shino. His hair was a deep red and both his eyes were bright red, like a Decepticon or when he uses his Dino mode. When he turned into his big form, it was entirely red too. Knockout. Strange. A complete color inverse and a potential change in allegiance. I could be a side effect of being entangled by Unicron's spark. Ratchet. Or an underlying issue with his physiology. Knockout. Could be both. Humans are strange creatures after all. Bumblebee. We can speculate later. What happened after? Shino. He threw Mirko outside after she attacked him to defend me. He chased, fought her, and almost won. I jumped down to fight too, but all I did was distract him. He pushed me into a building, grabbed my leg, and you know what happened there. Then he knocked out Mirko and flew off before the authorities could even see him. The last thing I remember is him say something about his own plans. Then an unexpected voice was heard. Prowl. What did you expect to happen? The fool worked with Decepticons and was nearly absorbed by Unicron's spark. Of course something like this would happen. Angered, Shino grabbed a nearby ledge and used it to stand. Shino. You will not speak about Izuku like that again. For all we know, he could be in pain, and instead of trying to help understand what's happening to your leader, you immediately turn to blame. The ninja bot stood from the wall he was leaning on and took a step towards her. Prowl. Let's not forget that you're the same as him, human turned Cybertronian. You could just as easily turn as he did. Bumblebee stepped between them, his arms out. Bumblebee. Whoa, alright guys, let's just stop and work together to figure this out. Prowl. Gladly, as soon as she has left the room. She brings unnecessary risk to our conversation. Suddenly, the antagonistic Autobot heard a voice in his head. Shino. Take it back. Prowl. Wah. He looked at her to see a very angry Shino. Shino. I haven't used this since becoming a hybrid. I suggest taking back what you said before I test its new limits on your brain. Prowl. Cheese. Shono. They can't hear thus. They won't believe you. Prowl gained a furious look on his face and pushed past Bumblebee. Prowl. You unneeded piece of. He grabbed her by the shoulder with the intent of throwing her to the ground, just for him to be sent to the ground instead by a stream of thousands of words and thoughts. He clutched his head as Shino stood above him, a satisfied look on her face. She sighed. Shino. Finally, he's being quiet. Ratchet. What are you doing? Shino. Using my quirk. To be honest, I didn't even know I still had it. She kneeled next to Prowl and stopped her quirk. Shino. Ready to cooperate? Prowl. Yes. Shino smiled. Shino. Good. She stood back up and lent him her remaining hand. Shino. I could have done that to anyone at any time. If wanted to turn, I would have done so already. Prowl took her hand and stood up. Prowl. I see the now, I apologize. I let my own prejudice get in the way. I'll be going, let me know if something comes up. Once he said that, he left the room. Bulkhead and Jazz walked in soon after. Bulkhead. Any reason Prowl's walking out of here with a defeated look on his face? Jazz. Yeah man, who pulled Prowl out of his zen groove? Shino raised her hand. Shino. That would be me. Now. She sat down on the crate once more. Shino. We need to come up with something. Deep within Izuku's nemesis-controlled subconscious, the Megatron and Izuku sat in their cells. Megatron. We need a way to break these bars. Izuku. I know, but without my powers, I'm useless in this situation. If only I was strong enough to reach the Matrix. This statement caused Megatron to eye Izuku curiously. Megatron. Strange proposition. Deep underground, a man sat in a small room. In this room was a chair, a couch, a table between them, and couple bookshelves. This meeting room was meant for private one-on-one interactions with bodyguards present. In this room, the leaders of two prominent organizations sat across from each other. Tamura Shigaraki, leader of the nationally famous League of Villains and Overhaul, leader of the powerful Yakuza group, the Shai Hasaikai. Overhaul. So, I see you've decided to hear me out. Shigaraki. Yes. But know that if you try anything, I will kill everyone here. One of Overhaul's men started to move, but he waved them off. Overhaul. That's fair. Shigaraki sat up and leaned forward. Shigaraki. Tell me, what is it you want? Overhaul sighed. Overhaul. I want to fill the void your boss left. I need your group to do it. I also know that you need resources. Resources that I have. Shigaraki looked through his hair and into his potential business partner's eyes before narrowing his own. Shigaraki. What are you getting at? Overhaul extended a gloved hand. Overhaul. I want your people to work for me. Shigaraki stayed silent for a few moments before leaning back. Shigaraki. That sounds reasonable. But I'm sure you'll understand that I don't exactly trust you. Which is why I will give you 2 of my people temporarily. Overhaul nodded. Overhaul. That sounds reasonable. Do you have any questions? Shigaraki nodded. Shigaraki. Yeah. He reached into his jacket, causing a Yakuza member named Mimic to step forward. Mimic. Don't move. Shigaraki paused for a second before pulling out a Ziploc bag with a small red object in it. After seeing it, Overhaul once again waved off Mimic. Shigaraki held it in front of him, looking at Overhaul through the bag. Shigaraki. This was shot into compress arm. He couldn't use his quirk for a few hours afterwards. I'm guessing this is what you're pushing to get your money. The man across from him nodded. Overhaul. That is part of my plan. Shigaraki smiled. Shigaraki. Good. All right. You can have toga and twice for the month. Overhaul. Good. Now if we go. The door slammed open and another man, a lower-ranking member, burst through the door. Yakuza yelling. Boss, it's an emergency, a hero has infiltrated. As he spoke, a large, ornate, black and purple blade penetrated his stomach. The thug reached towards Overhaul with one hand before going limp. The blade was removed and the body fell to reveal the crimson color of Nemesis' partial Cybertronian form. The villainous Prime cackled as the body fell. Nemesis. Oh my god! That's hilarious! Shigaraki leapt from his place and faced Izuku. Shigaraki. The robot brat. Nemesis looked to the villain leader. Nemesis. Who? Oh, him? He's not home right now. He smiled as he tapped his forehead. Nemesis. All locked up right in here. Shigaraki. What do you mean? Nemesis sighed. Nemesis. Do I really have to spell it out? I have control of that pesky kid's body. Overhaul stood up, one glove already off. Overhaul. And who exactly are you? Nemesis. Nemesis Prime, at your service. He bowed dramatically. Nemesis. And I'm here to give you a Shino proposition. It had been a few days since Nemesis attacked. Now Shino, Mirko, Aizawa, Nizu, and Izuku's parents were gathered at the Autobot base. Shino had been studying Cybertronian anatomy and some science in order to come up with a solution. Ratchet. Well, let's hear it. Inko. Why, yes, please. I want to get Izuku back as fast as possible. Hisashi. I'm with them. Shino nodded. Shino. Well, I was reading up on a few files here in the base and came across a certain device. She walked over to the computer and typed on the alien keyboard, pulling up a file. Bumblebee. You have to be kidding. Mirko. What is that? Ratchet. Dangerous is what it is. Shino sighed. Shino. As dangerous as it is, the cortical psychic patch is the only device that can get any of us in his head. Knockout. You may be right, but this is still dangerous, even more so because we have no idea what your altered physiology is able to handle. Nizu. Now hold on. I say we hear her out. Shino gave Nizu a thankful look as the others quieted down. Shino. If we attach it to me while I use my quirk, the connection between my mind and whoever I'm communicating with might allow multiple people to enter Izuku's mind. Prowl. I fear only a heavily trained mind would be able to handle that. Shino looked over to the ninja bot. Shino. Well, Prowl, it just so happens we have a ninja bot who's trained his mind excessively. How would you like to join me? She extended her hand towards him. The bot hesitated, but eventually sighed. Prowl. Fine. We need our leader. With that said, the group began to come up with a plan on how to get the patch onto Izuku. The three villains stood around the table. Overhaul. You just want that? Shigaraki. Doesn't sound very profitable for you. What's the catch? Nemesis. Catch? Oh, don't think of me like that, I just want to help, so what do you say, partners? He stuck both hands out towards them, and they cautiously shook them. Both Nemesis and the Autobots' plans were beginning to take form. Shai Hasaikai raid. A familiar cackling could be heard. Nemesis stood from his position and turned to face Shino and the injured team of heroes and Autobots. The dust settled and the cracked asphalt gave way even more under his weight as he began to walk forward. Shino. And no, it didn't work. Nemesis laughed once more. Nemesis yelling. You're too late, this body is mine now. He shifted both of his arms into one large cannon and pointed them at the group. Nemesis yelling. Say goodbye, ahahaha. As he finished charging his shot, two figures then jumped in front of him. One grabbed his cannon and made him shoot up while the other put a blade to his throat. One yelling no. Two. We will not let you. 1 hour earlier. It had been a month since Nemesis had taken hold over Izuku's body. Outside the headquarters of the Shai Hasaikai stood a large group of heroes and police officers, including Shino, Aizawa, Tsu, Setsuna, and Bakugo. Aizawa. Are we sure he's here? Shino nodded. Shino. There's a stockpile of energon here and the locals have been complaining of jet-like sounds recently. It has to be him. Setsuna planted her fist in her palm. Setsuna. We're going to be the red off of him. No one breaks up to green team. Bakugo. Yeah. Besides, evil doesn't suit that damn face of his. Shino turned her comms on. Shino. We're almost ready to begin. Is the patch ready? Ratchet. Yes. Ready and waiting for use. Prowl is on standby. Shino. Good. She began to stretch a little. While she didn't need to, it helped take some of the stress away. Of course she was nervous, there wasn't even a guarantee a cortical psychic patch would work on her and Izuku. Soon after she confirmed the readiness of the Autobots, a large member of the Shai Hasaikai would break through the front gate, and the raid would begin. Izuku opened his eyes, gazing at the top of his cell. He turned his head to look at Megatron, to find the Decepticon leader doing what he could only guess was meditation. Unfortunately, being thrown into the back seat had also cut off his access to the Matrix's knowledge. Megatron. I can sense your gaze, Prime. Speak. Izuku. I don't have anything to say. Not like questions will do us any good. Megatron. They would keep our minds sharp, so ask. Izuku. All right. Why do you meditate? Megatron. It's the best way to clear your mind before a battle. I was a gladiator in the pits of Kaon, where a clear mind was the difference between living and becoming one with the All-Spark. Izuku. Kaon. That was your capital after the war started, right? Megatron nodded. Megatron. Correct, though once Iacon fell, it took on the role of capital. Izuku approached the bars separating him and his temporary ally. Izuku. I didn't know Iacon fell. Megatron. It was after Optimus fled the planet. Hardly any of the remaining Autobots survived. Izuku went quiet. He had almost forgotten that his fellow prisoner was the warlord that he was. Izuku. Megatron. The large bot finally opened his eyes and looked at Izuku. Megatron. Yes? Izuku. I will make sure you get your body back, or at least a new one. Megatron. And why is that? Izuku. Because I'm a hero, that's what we do. We help, even when we probably shouldn't. Besides, we need to get that duel. Megatron nodded. Megatron. You really are a prime. It had been around 45 minutes, and the raid was fully underway. A group of heroes consisting of Sir Naitai, Shino, Aizawa, and Setsuna had managed to catch up with their target, Overhaul. Setsuna powered up and smashed through a final concrete wall to find Togata bleeding profusely, and Overhaul standing, visually unscathed. Shino ran through the hole and spotted him, the red-haired body of Nemesis charging at the defenseless Togata, a wicked grin on his face. She quickly shifted her arm into a path blaster and fired at him, making him jump back. Shino. I'll handle Izuku, you guys get Overhaul. She took off towards Nemesis and, having recovered, Ji rushed towards her as well. When they were close, they leapt at each other and clashed. Nemesis. Well, the hussy cat come to spend her 9th life. Shino. I don't know what you've done, but I will get Izuku his body back. Nemesis laughed. Nemesis. Good luck with that. He ducked and pushed forward, easily overpowering her. They traveled several seconds before Shino clasped her hands together and slammed them down on his back, making him let go. They then both entered their partial Cybertronian forms. Shino swung at Nemesis, who pushed her fist away and struck her stomach with his other hand. She then grabbed his extended arm and pulled him in, using his sudden surprise to land several blows before kicking him away. He quickly got to his feet. Nemesis. You've gotten better. Good. He popped 2 blades. Nemesis. It'd be a shame if you went down too easy. He charged at her again, this time faster than before. He swung at her, making her dodge, before thrusting the other blade at her. The second attack landed, piercing her arm. She popped her own blade and swung at his, cutting through it. She then backed up as Nemesis examined his now broken weapon. Nemesis. Yikes. That'll take a while to regrow. He retracted the blade, leaving only the one on his left arm. Nemesis. Oh well. Just as he was about to begin attacking again, a loud crash was heard. Nemesis and Shino whipped their heads around to look, just to see Ryukyu fall through the roof of the large chamber with the large Shai Hasaikai member unconscious on top of her. As they landed, Setsuna took the opportunity to take a little girl named Eri to the surface. The Overhaul quickly absorbed his subordinate and followed. Nemesis. Looks like we have more room. I'm going to enjoy this. He rushed at her once more, and the fight continued. Split. Shino crashed into a concrete wall in her full Cybertronian form. Nemesis, in his own, grabbed her and threw her again. When she hit the ground, he jumped over and intended to land on her, but she reacted faster than he could attack. She kicked her legs up and launched herself into the air, meeting Nemesis halfway and kicking him back. She flipped in the air and landed on her feet. She nearly stumbled due to vibrations coming from the surface. Nemesis got to his feet. Nemesis. Sounds fun up there. Let's finish up here so I can join the battle up top. Nemesis ran towards Shino, but before he reached her, she turned on her comms. Shino, yelling, now. As soon as she finished speaking, Ratchet opened a ground bridge behind her. She jumped up as Prowl came through, throwing shuriken at Nemesis and kicking him away. Shino landed next to the ninja bot. Their opponent began to laugh. Nemesis. You think a single piece of backup will be enough to beat me? Now that's funny. Prowl. He really is Dikaira's opposite. Shino. Tell me about it. You have it? Prowl nodded. Prowl. I just need to get behind him. We need more space for that. This chamber is too small for me to comfortably fight. Shino. Got it. Let me handle that. She ran at Nemesis, who recovered, grabbed him, spun around, and threw him up towards the hole. Nemesis. You think air's gonna hurt me? God, you two are desperate. Prowl and Shino followed after him, landing on the surface. Prowl immediately began attacking again. He threw more shurikens at Nemesis before sliding between his legs and attempting to kick him in the back. Nemesis shrugged off the thrown weapons, immediately turned around, and grabbed Prowl's leg. Nemesis. Nice try. You might have had a chance if I was an Ian older. He immediately threw Prowl at Shino, who jumped over the flying Autobot and attacked Nemesis. She punched him in the chest and grabbed the arm he tried to hit back with before falling backwards, putting her feet on his chest, and kicking him into the air. She then jumped after him, but he backhanded her back to the ground and landed next to her. Nemesis raised his foot to stomp on her chest, but Prowl, now in vehicle mode, slammed into him, knocking him down. Above the three Cybertronians were Setsuna and Overhaul, both fighting in the air. Nemesis was sent down the street by Prowl's attack but quickly recovered, just to find that Shino was on him again. She attempted to kick out his legs, but he jumped over her leg, grabbed her head, and slammed her face into his knee, making her stumble backwards. As soon as he landed, Nemesis rushed at her, extending his blade. He swung at her head, just for Prowl to appear behind her and kick Nemesis' arm upwards, making him miss. Nemesis. You're getting on my nerves. He went to grab Prowl with his other arm, just for it to get grabbed by Shino. She pulled him towards her, sent a punch at his head, and let go as it landed, sending him flying back again. As he landed on the road, something landed next to him with tremendous force, cracking the asphalt. Paying no mind to it, Shino and Prowl rushed their opponent. Nemesis, on the other hand, already knew what it was, and smiled widely. Nemesis, yelling, "You're already too late!" He reached open his chest, revealing the matrix, and reached inside before pulling out a cord, one Shino was very familiar with. Shino, yelling, "Stop him!" He then flipped over and slammed the cord into the object that fell, the dust now settling enough to reveal what it was. Overhaul. W what? Overhaul looked at Nemesis weakly as the bot began to pump energon directly into his heart. Shino jumped onto Nemesis' back. Shino, stop this. Nemesis laughed. Nemesis. I can't. If I try, it'll kill me and your precious Izuku. He laughed again, this time turning into a terrifying cackle. Shino looked to Prowl. Shino. Patch me and maybe we can still stop it. Prowl, right? His back opened up and a purple and black cord fell into his hand. He quickly attached one end to the back of Nemesis' head. Nemesis. Wait, what is this? Prowl. Ready? Shino nodded. Shino. Do it. Prowl nodded and attached the other end of the cortical psychic patch into Shino's head. As he did that, she reached out to him with her quirk. As soon as she felt the patch connect, she was dragged into the mind of Nemesis, and Prowl followed. Izuku and Megatron were sitting in their cells, both meditating. It was then the room shook, making their cell doors fall from their hinges and nearly knocking them both over. They got to their feet. Izuku. What was that? Megatron. I am not sure. Another shake. Izuku. Something's happening to Nemesis. But what? He gasped and fell to his knees. Megatron Prime. Izuku. I feel weaker. My strength is fading. A loud bang came from the door leading to the room. Megatron took on a battle stance. Megatron. I shall defend us both then. Overhaul weakly opened his eyes and looked down, to see the cord was still in his chest. He moved his hands, they felt different, metallic. He looked to his right and found himself looking into the eyes of Nemesis. Instead of fear, anger flooded his brain. Overhaul. We had a cough deal. Nemesis. Yeah, well, I had other plans. In anger, Overhaul punched the ground beneath him. Overhaul, you are ruined everything. I was destined to cure the cough world. Nemesis laughed. Nemesis, such a small mind you have. With your power, you could have ruled this world instead of cure it. I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. Overhaul, yelling, I hate you. He raised his arm and placed his hand on Nemesis' face. The door fell to the ground and Megatron lunged at it, grabbing something and pinning it to a wall. Megatron. It will take more than a few geological quakes to kill Megatron. Shino, wait. Megatron looked to his left to see Shino. Megatron. You are the Prime's romantic partner. He looked at the thing he pinned to see Prowl. Megatron. And you are not Nemesis. He dropped Prowl and turned to Shino. Megatron. Get the Prime, he is not doing well. Our deal still stands, I need him alive. Shino looked over at Izuku and rushed over, carefully picking him up. She looked over to Megatron. Shino. What happened? Megatron. As I told him, I do not know. It's likely linked to the shakes. Now we should go. He motioned for the two to follow him and left the room with them right behind him. As they ran down the hallway, the area around them began to crumble. Megatron. What is happening? Prowl. Nemesis started a transfer. The procedure that made Dikairu and her the way they are. Megatron grunted. Megatron. And that would leave us in his dying mind. The Matrix should keep him alive for a while longer, but we need to hurry. He must be stopped. They picked up the pace and made their way to the fusion of the 1A dorms and Autobot base that was Izuku's mind. The only difference being that there was now a large hole that was sucking in nearby objects. Prowl. That must be the spark transfer. Megatron. Yes. This is our only chance, we cannot let him leave go. Megatron jumped into the hole, quickly followed by Prowl and Shino, who was still holding the weakened Izuku. After half a minute of falling, they made it to the bottom, where they found Nemesis standing over Overhaul, who was just a torso and head. Overhaul looked up to look at them. Overhaul. Help me. Nemesis turned around, a surprised look on his face. Nemesis yelling. How are you here? Megatron. Unlike me, you underestimate your opponents. You won't live to make that mistake again. Megatron charged up his cannon and fired it at Nemesis, who barely avoided the blast. Prowl attacked next, throwing his shuriken and going in for a kick, which knocked Nemesis back. Megatron then appeared with his blade extended, and slashed at Nemesis. Nemesis jumped back, but his chest was still damaged. An angered look appeared on his face. Nemesis yelling enough. He stomped, sending a wave of energy out, knocking back his attackers. Nemesis. You're all so annoying. Just stay over there, and leave me be. He approached Overhaul again, and placed his foot on the human's chest. Nemesis. Give in. There's nothing left for you. Overhaul felt as his torso began to disappear. Overhaul. And no, please. Nemesis. It's not yours anymore. He lifted his foot, and went to stomp out Overhaul, but something stopped him. He looked under his foot to see a shuriken. He looked up just in time to see Megatron coming for him with a punch, though he was able to catch it. Nemesis. Really? Is this the best you had? He threw Megatron away easily and kicked the shuriken to the side. He then looked down at Overhaul. Megatron. No more distractions. He raised his foot again and began his stomp, but something stopped him in his tracks. Nemesis. What? He looked over to the group to find Izuku was standing up straight. Izuku. That is enough. Nemesis yelling. You have no power here. Izuku. That's where you're wrong, we aren't in my mind anymore. You have no access to the Matrix. Nemesis smirked. Nemesis. Neither do you then, and unfortunately for you, I'm stronger by default. Using all his strength, Nemesis broke through Izuku's hold and stomped on Overhaul, just for his foot to be caught by the human. Nemesis yelling. Again? Overhaul. You took it all. Yelling. You took it all away from me. Overhaul gripped Nemesis' foot. Overhaul, yelling, "I hate you!" Suddenly, the area around them began to swell around and glow blue. A mighty wind began to blow, a wind so powerful it picked up even Megatron. Before the group could do anything, they were thrust back up the transfer link. Back in the real world, both Overhaul's and Nemesis' bodies began to ripple and twist. Both began to scream in pain as Overhaul's quirk activated. A blast of energy emerged from them both, blowing Shino and Prowl back, landing next to Setsuna, who was sitting next to an unconscious Eri. The two woke up and Setsuna spoke. Setsuna, what the hell is going on? Shino, we don't know. Both bodies began to change. Overhaul grew and became more and more metallic, his body shifting as he became Cybertronian. Nemesis' body twitched and the panels spasmed out of control. Each body began to lose pieces of themselves that swirled together and combined. Finally, one last energy blast sent the mass of metal and the bodies flying as well as kicking up dust. From the cloud of dust and smoke a familiar cackling could be heard. Nemesis stood from his position and turned to face Shino and the injured team of heroes and Autobots. The dust settled and the cracked asphalt gave way even more under his weight as he began to walk forward. The face of Overhaul had been replaced by Nemesis' twisted red version of Izuku's full Cybertronian face. Shino. And no, it didn't work. Nemesis laughed once more. Nemesis yelling, "You're too late, this body is mine now." He shifted both of his arms into one large cannon and pointed them at the group. Nemesis yelling, "Say goodbye, ahahaha." As he finished charging his shot, two figures then jumped in front of him. One grabbed his cannon and made him shoot up while the other put a blade to his neck. One yelling, "No." Two, "We will not let you." Shino gasped. Izuku and Megatron had appeared. While Izuku looked nearly identical from before, Megatron had a completely new body. Izuku gripped Nemesis's cannon harder and Megatron wound back to cut off his head. Nemesis turned his cannon back into his arms and ducked under the slash. He elbowed Izuku in the face to make him let go and jumped back. Nemesis still had a large grin on his face. Nemesis, it doesn't matter. With the power I have, you two are no match for me. Izuku formed a path blaster on his arm and aimed it at Nemesis. Izuku, what power? Nemesis, oh, nothing much. Just a little something I picked up. Oh, how I love DNA. He touched the ground with his hand and created spike columns that he sent towards Izuku and Megatron. Nemesis, yelling, "Behold Overhaul!" Izuku and Megatron jumped out of the way and braced themselves for more, just to hear thrusters. They looked up to see Nemesis was flying in the air. Nemesis, as much as I'd love to stay and end you both, I have more important things to do. See ya. He then shifted into his jet form and flew off, leaving the group alive, but very shaken. He had Overhaul? How? And how could they fight something like that?
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.